Hello, my name is He Who Is in the Water, and doing something a little bit different, more random today. And we're going to be doing some Twilight of the Republic sealed. So, um, no particular reason for this, but I was at a gaming store. They had these for cheap. I really like this set, and I've been doing a lot of practice for the PQs, so I thought this would be just kind of a fun thing for myself to do some fun Star Wars Unlimited gameplay with myself and share it because, I mean, hey, it's not like a ton of people watch this channel anyway. We're mostly just doing this for fun. I think the set's really cool, despite some major flaws with it, and I enjoyed the sealed of it, although there was not at that time sealed of competitive nature to highlight some of the flaws other than Anakin being really, really powerful for this set. But yeah, so similar to how I've done the one sealed practice for Legends of the Force. I've got my sealed booster box here that I got for cheap because the set is like pretty poor value wise, but just like playing with the cards, playing sealed brings me joy. So like I'm gonna do it. I've been wanting to do one of these just for fun, and yeah. So like I did once for Legends of the Force practice when I was just doing it by myself. I'm gonna open the packs up, build these sealed pools, and then just play them against each other. And as of this time, I don't know how exactly I'm gonna do that. Might just do best of one round robin, see what we get as a winner. That could be fun. This is gonna be multiple recording sessions. It's gonna be a long video. This is definitely a background noise type of video for what I do, as if I'm not long-winded enough already. But this is just for fun. And so with that in mind, like I'm going to try to build good decks, but I'm also probably going to try to do some wonky stuff if I have the opportunity to do so. But yeah, let's just hop in, build some fun sealed. I thought this set had some really cool casual parts going on to it, so we'll build our 4 sealed pools. That'll probably take a while, and then we'll see how pitting them against each other goes and if the gameplay is good. But at the very least, I don't enjoy cracking packs for the sake of it, but building sealed pools, I do enjoy that, and just staring at them and thinking about it. So also already kind of got all the stuff that I need from this set, so the value is really just not here. I just spent $40 or probably like $50 actually, to just do this for fun. So first pack here, we've got Wat Tambor, which is like a pretty interesting leader. I thought he was like kind of powerful for what he did, and a set that's like not really too aggressive. I thought he came out and could do some pretty reasonable damage. I lost to friend of the channel, Ben, in a pre-release, and he had a Wat Tambor that did a lot of damage to me. Love Ryloth Militia, Vanguard Droid Bombers, okay. Multi-Troop Transport is a card I want to be good, but just isn't. Drop in over here. Let's get my area set up. Heavy Persuader Tank is a heck of a card. I like that one a lot. I don't know how well the video picked that up, but this Obi-Wan's Ether Sprite was just in here upside down. What a fun fact. Sorry, that screwed me up a little bit. That was cool. Nameless Valor. I absolutely adore Nameless Valor. I really want to build a decent deck with it at some point in Premiere, but I believe that time has already kind of passed us. The rate is just not particularly there, but I love it so much. Rune Hako, Scheming Second, just a very reasonable 2-drop, and Unlimited Power, and a Hyperfoil Padawan Starfighter. Unlimited Power is the legend. It's not. It's one that lives in my head rent free too. Like, it's part of why I like this set. There's just a ton of cool designs, and I think that's one of them. I really enjoy the kind of like mono red control that it wants to build you towards. Whether or not our sealed pool can do that, not sure, but I might try that. Nalase is another Very silly and fun leader to have here, but we do not really have any clone units as of yet. Oh, I guess just one. But yeah, that card, she's a pretty weak leader. But cool. Warrior Drone, Confederate Courier, Relentless Rocket Droid. Very good. Wartime Trade Official, also good. Pelta Supply Frigate hits like a truck. Dwarf Spider Droid, wishes it could hit it all. Creative Thinking is fun. Squad Support, also pretty interesting. Hello There is a really nice combat trick. So those are like two really nice blue hero cards. And it gets Interceptors, great. Execute Order 66 is a pretty bad rare, dealing 6 damage to Jedi and giving them a clone trooper. The format is not that heavily swayed to be focused on Jedi. Quinlan is an awesome leader and probably our early choice, just based on stats alone. Devastating Gunship is insane. Republic Tactical Officer is good. Senatorial Corvette is great value. Holdout Blaster just ties the room together. Like a Hyperspace Merciless Contest. Not unhappy about that. Hotshot V-Wing is nice. Another Dwarf Spider Droid. Geonosis Patrol Fighter, my beloved. ATTE Vanguard is a really powerful control endgame. So I do like seeing that card. Kashyyyk Defender. We've got another upside down card here in Manufactured Soldiers. That one's pretty decent. Jar Jar Binks are our foil, and our rare here is Caught in the Crossfire, which is choose 2 enemy units in the same arena. Each of those units deal damage equal to their power to each other. So very good removal spell. But the fact that I've got that and unlimited power really, really makes me want to do like a double red control deck, and it's probably not going to be good. But we might be goofing. We might be doing that. Let's see what we can make happen here. Count Dooku for another leader. I don't know what our Separatist count is at here. Not a whole lot. Devastating Gunship's a pretty sick one to drop in, but that's kind of the main thing we've seen so far. Take Captive is nice. Volunteer Soldier, not fun. Strategic Analysis, good for this control deck I'm trying to build. Daughter of Dathomir's awesome. Strategic Acumen is, I want to be good. Hyperspace, Daring Raid, like that for me. Infiltrating Demolisher and On the Doorstep are in different directions from what the rest of this pool has been, but not bad. Another Heroes on both sides is not what anybody needs, I don't think. Duchess's Champion. Clone Cohort's nice. Tactical Droid Commando, another Execute Order 66, and a Republic Defense Carrier. So maybe we just go double red with Execute Order 66 as additional removal. And build our hard control deck that way with no aggression red cards over here. That would be bad. Jango Fett. Banned leader, but not banned for a limited. Clone Heavy Gunner. Aggrieved Parliamentarian. Which has been a sleeper playable from this set. Guarding the Way. Subjugating Starfighter is a nice card. Daring Raid is good. Freelance Assassin's a nice one. Creative Thinking. Hailfire Tank. R2-D2. A Kraken. Twice the Pride in Hyperspace. So more double red tomfoolery. Barriss Offee is our rare, and a foil Super Battle Droid. Barriss Offee's pretty rough. Yet to see a deck that card's really playable in. And then we got Maul. Okay, so Maul actually lets this double red dream be alive. Separatist Super Tank, Dendup's Loyalist, Perilous Position, Bash Brothers, Droid Commandos, nice. Knight of the Old Republic, or Knight of the Republic, Favorable Delegate, and Droid Cohort, Phase 3 Clone Trooper, Private Manufacturing on top of things, Magna Guard Wing Leader's very good on rate. 5s, and an security officer. All right, so yeah, the question is, how goofy do I want to be, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like, I don't know. We might just have like a mall red deck here and just force some of these cards, but it's not particularly effective as a control. Maul is just a big boy. He's just big. And what other leader would I be doing here? We definitely didn't get the clones for like Analyse Meme Dream to be coming alive. Although we do have the 5s, but like one clone Dive Trooper, a Batch Brothers, Republic Tactical Officer. Thought I saw, yeah, there's a clone Heavy Gunner here. Phase 2 Clone Trooper, which is the least exciting version of that one. Yeah, nothing here. I think there was one, yeah, infantry of the 212th. So there's really like 3 or 4 cards here that I'd be getting out of a Analyse thing here. So that's just not particularly worth it. Not really meaningfully expanding our options. So Analyse is like pretty confidently out of the picture for me. Dooku, I don't think really got quite enough going. Kraken's kind of nice to exploit into, and Devastating Gunship, but I don't know. I always felt like Dooku, it's just like you're not really getting enough tempo to be worth throwing away all that card advantage. And yeah, we're just kind of like, we don't really have the top end, and like the top end stuff already has a little bit of exploit. So like Dooku doesn't really, I don't feel like he opens additional doors for us. And am I really just trying to con myself into playing Maul Red? And I think the answer is 100%. Could be a very reasonable Quinlan deck in here. Could be a very reasonable Wat Tambor deck in here. I don't think we have a ton going on for Django, actually. Like, On the Doorstep is a nice one with Django, but we're really just dealing combat damage with him. I guess these 2 freelance assassins are pretty excellent to go with him, but and there's that one holdout blaster over there, but doesn't even work with and Heavy Persuader tank's pretty great, I guess, with Django, but yeah, the heroism stuff is not bad, but like yellow is our weakest heroic one, and Quinlan is our only heroic leader. So like Hello There and Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite are nice, but I don't feel like there's enough going on here to really justify it. So yeah, I think I'm sufficiently conning myself into a little bit of Maul Red here. So let's do it, because we're goofing. There's literally nothing on stake here. I'm only playing these decks against myself, so like there's no real winners, no real losers, right? I will be both the winner and the loser. And our measure of success is how much fun I had. And that sounds like doing some Maul Red, even if it only wins once. So we got a one to go there. The stack of bait there, that's going to be universal. Need to go wake up the computer because I forgot to bring the mouse over with me. Doop. little shake, make sure that we are indeed still recording, and we are. Lovely. Forgive the squeakiness of my furniture. All right. Let's see. Let's look here for splashes. Senatorial Corvette's not a bad splash. I don't think we're getting to 10 resources for ATTE Vanguard, although that might be the kind of thing we would be slightly interested in. Perilous Position, not bad. Devastating Gunship's probably worth it at 7. And I don't believe we have... There's like one clone trooper in there, so I don't think 5s is worth the splash, despite the fact that we have some nice events to go with him. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be looking at those for additional help here. And we are playing Star Wars Unlimited, so we do need 30 cards for our deck. I don't think I have any 1s or 0s. So we're doing our... There's my 1. Never mind. Doing ground units, then ground units up top, then space units, and then others. So events and upgrades on the bottom. Try to keep this tidy-ish and relatively in line. Oh yeah, this is a horrendous curve. This is going to be silly. All right, so this is what I'm looking at right now. This is with no cuts, which this private manufacturing, I don't believe we have any way to make tokens. So this is just actually going to be draw 2, put 2 back. I don't know, that might actually make the deck. But also probably important to consider that these will actually be not exploited and will be 7 and 8s. So let's do a count here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So I actually don't have it up here. Oh no. What do we do? Okay. Can I actually get up to 10 resources for this ATTE Vanguard? I don't think so. I think that's a tall ask. Daughter of Dathomir might be okay for some restore. Help stabilize us a little bit. Geonosian Patrol Fighter can be interaction. Subjugating Starfighter's probably good there. So maybe we put this in our 7 spot as well. We're trying to stretch ourselves for playables here. I'm not sure I have enough. Well, maybe we put in Droid Commando. We've got a reasonable number of Separatists here. So it could just be 5 cost, 4 amp. That's actually probably not bad. Maybe it should have been in there sooner. So let me do another count, because yeah, let's not do Daughter of Dathomir as much as I want it to be slightly okay. So let's see again. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So let's take this Patrol Fighter back, because I think Ambush is probably going to be better for us than Bouncing. And then that to me looks like, well, yeah, that looks like a pretty bad 30 card deck, but also looks pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. So we've got some medium splashes here, but really we're playing unlimited power, caught in the crossfire. We can actually kind of curve 2, 3, 4. We have enough 2-drops to like make this not a complete waste of time, which is kind of surprising. So we're also counting these execute order 66s as real cards. I probably shouldn't be doing that, actually. Because, like, the only Jedi are the leaders, but... Well... 4 cost to deal 6 to an opposing heroic leader is actually probably good. Good enough for what this deck is trying to do, so... especially if it doesn't kill the leader, because then it just kind of hangs out, and we got our 4 cost, deal 6 damage. That's, like, barely good. But, yeah, we're gonna try that, I guess. So here's our Maul deck. Let's put you up over there. Make sure I try to keep myself honest and remembering what I'm actually trying to pay for costs in that deck, because there's so many splashed cards. All right, next pool. Alrighty. We got ourselves a Quinlan. It's our leader. Here he's kind of, he's having a mild resurgence in this metagame, which is interesting. Trade Federation Shadow, encouraging leadership. Gosh, I wish that card was good. Headhunter Squadron, Bold Recon Commando's a nice 3-drop. Droid Starfighter, Political Pressure, you go there. Patrolling AAT is a nice one. I like that card a lot. Lethal Crackdown. Ooh, Savage Oppress is a nice one. And another 5s. So both some just good rate stuff going on there. Like Droid Manufactory. Oh, I love that card so much. Oh, I love Droid Manufactory. We might be forcing that. But already, like, red, yellow villainy looks like a nice arc here. We'll try to be moderately responsible here. We got a Mace Windu hyperspace, so that's a fun one. I don't think I ever really looked too much into doing Mace Windu in Limited. Holdout Blaster, Elite 38, Coruscant Guard is a nice 2-drop. Series Officer is fine. Outspoken Representatives, B2 Legionnaires, Old Access Codes I don't care for. Armored Saber Tank is nice. Favorable Delegate, Clear the Field. Battle Droid Legion, Steadfast Senator. Saw Gerrera is not one that I played with much. I can't remember what he does. 4/8 for 6 with Raid 2, so that's definitely above rate. And on attack, if your base has 15 or more damage on it, deal 1 damage to each enemy ground unit. Well, that plays pretty cool with Mace Windu, I won't lie. Because he comes out on 7, right? Deal 2 damage to each enemy. Deal 2 damage to each damaged enemy unit. Yeah, that's like kind of cool, right? That's kind of a combo. Your base has to have 15 damage on it at that point, but like you're probably more defensive anyway, so I feel like that's just kind of going to happen. So maybe that's actually kind of realistic. There's Anakin Skywalker coming to ruin the fun. Probably won't be the thing I'm doing here, I'll tell you that so far. B1 attack platform, Padawan Starfighter. More merciless contests. 501st Liberator, Squadron of Vultures, Droideka Security, Resupply, forgot that was in this set. ETA-2 Light Interceptor, Wolfpack Escort, Unshakable Will's pretty nice. More Twice the Pride's Plo Koon, he's a big boy. Another unlimited power and a foil resupply. Oh, do I get... Yo, unlimited power is so much fun with Mace Windu. Oh, are we doing the opposite? Do I force myself into mono red? Mace Windu? A little early to say, but oh, the temptation is there. The temptation is so there. Another Mace Windu, of course. The perfect time to get one. Guarding the Way. Republic Tactical Officer. Devastating Gunship's great. Daring Raid is great with Mace Windu. Subjugating Starfighter. Senatorial Corvette's great here. Droid Surfer Elite P-38. One of the more impactful cards at the time when this set came out. Compassionate Senator. Aura Singh. That one's pretty good as well. We're going late. We got a Hyperspace Consolidation of Power. I will not be playing that card. And a Huyang. And a Hyperfoil Wartime Trade Official. Don't mind a Hyperspace Rare, but I've already got so many Consolidations of Power. But Huyang's pretty great. If you're on the play in this and you get to stick your Huyang, you're just getting a ton more value. So yeah, we'll have to see about that. A more responsible person might, just not consider this unlimited power at all, but it's so good like before the Mace Windu flip turn too. Like I don't know, it's just silly. It's some silly stuff, and I enjoy a little bit of goofing. Padme, another one of my favorite leaders. I don't know if we're a Padme deck here. Falchion Ion Tank is good. Bactoid Spider Droid as well. Soldier of the 501st. Vanquish is an excellent removal spell. Advanced Recon Commando. Hyperspace Tri-Droid Suppressor. Phase 2 Clone Trooper B1 Security Team. Republic Attack Pod's really nice. Low Altitude Gunship is also really nice. Soulless one. Synchronized Strike. Admiral Yularen is also excellent. And a Foil Creative Thinking. That was a really cool pack, actually. There's like some... Now we've got like some pretty nice stuff happening in our yellow heroism. With Plo Koon, Republic Attack Pod. But also going on in green here, these are just very reasonable cards to have access to. So maybe that Padme is of interest to here. We've got one last shot here for a villainy leader. Otherwise, we just wipe that out. And we do not have a villainy leader here. We got an Obi-Wan. So this bottom row, not really happening. Grenade Strikes, excellent. Grievous Reassembly is nice. Obedient Vanguard's not really for any of the decks we're looking at. Clone Heavy Gunner, Aggrieved Parliamentarian. Hyperspace 41st Elite Corps. Hidden Sharpshooter's also nice. Breaking In. Independent Senator. Shakti. Hyperspace Battle Droid Legion. Don't need that with all of the play promos there was. Equalize is our rare. And then we have a Hyperfoil rare in Morgan Elspeth. But, yeah, that's not really a factor here. With no villainy leader, and her definitely being one that you want to have on curve. So I don't even think like Devastating Gunship or Elite P-38 are on the table here because it's so they're nice tempo cards, but we don't even have the villainy or a cost reduction thing to do anything with them. So I think the villainy stuff is just like pretty squarely not what's going on for this one. But what is going on for this one, Will? I don't know. So like Padme and Mace Windu, like there's some cool stuff that we got to access here, like Shakti. Um, I don't think I could justify Mace Windu droid manufactory. Nor could I really justify Padme droid manufactory as much as I want to. We do have a good number of Republic cards, but not really. I mean, I guess we do have a singular. We did get a double green uncommon to try to justify that. Two resupplies to go with it. That's like not bad either. I've played Padme droid manufactory before and constructed. What's our Republic count here? We've got 1, 2. Oh, we might have enough. We might have enough here. Okay, this is 5 plus 7 is 12. So 12 in my 30 card deck is like just barely. Just barely enough. What are we doing with these tokens? I don't particularly have a lot of exploit going on. I've got one Bactoid and the synchronized strike. That is something, but I feel like more of what I want to be doing here is this Mace Windu deck. But I think if we just do Mace Windu green, we still have like a lot of the Republic stuff going on, but we've got like cool things with Saw Gerrera into Mace Windu is still like a uniquely powerful thing we get to do. But I can still play this unlimited power at 8 and not be completely irresponsible. But that's not a droid manufacturer deck, I'll tell you that much. So, but I could also just play Plo Koon instead and some of these yellow cards. All right, blue I don't think is it, right? 41st Elite Corps is pretty medium. Outspoken Representative is also medium, but fine. And Vanquish and Falchion Tank are nice, but the blue cards here are not good enough to be playing. So it's definitely not that part here. What else do we have to appeal to us in yellow? We've got this. I guess it literally is just like Plo Koon and a couple playables. So yeah, let's do Mace green here. I think that's what I want. All right, grab one of you, and yeah. You go in this pile. These are the cards that we're going to be working with. So let's pull it all back and start working our way through. Always kind of sad not to play Padme because I love her design. I think it works really well in limited. It's kind of nice to build a grindier deck, and like I felt like the tokens were a misunderstanding of how like SWU works as an engine, but I felt like Padme was on the other end of the spectrum like a really effective way of letting you build a control deck in limited. And displayed like a really cool part of the game system. Yeah, unlimited power. You're all the way in that corner. I don't think we're twice the priding. Old access codes is nope. Don't care for Grim Resolve personally. Resupply is also probably pretty nice with Mace Windu here. Encouraging leadership's bad. Oof, we're a little light on 2-drops, actually. Alright, yeah. These are a no-go. Put those there. So let me do another quick check through here, see if anything I wanted to splash for. I don't know about Plo Koon at 7. Plo Koon at 7 probably is it for this deck, actually. It's probably just good. Vanquish at 7 I feel less confident about. On second thought, Vanquish at 7 I think is probably fine. I mean, hey, listen, if I'm putting unlimited power in my deck, Vanquish is a lot better than that card. Let's do a head count here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 34 is what we're at here. So 5 cuts that we get to make. I want to cut Aggrieved Parliamentarian. I don't know if I can, but I think I'm going to. Because these other 1-drops kind of, they can either go with each other or go with Daring Raid or hold out Blaster and start to facilitate something real. So I don't think Parliamentarian's good for any of that. What else is particularly bad here? I think the Bactoid Spider Droid, it is a nice ambusher, but I don't see this deck having a ton of stuff lying around to use for it. Probably responsibly, we got to cut the unlimited power here. If you're not curving it into Mace Windu, it's just like pretty unexciting, I think. Yeah. But you could also be patient and wait a turn. Nah, I want to try it. But Bactoid is, yeah. So I said it was 34. These are 2 cuts. What else are we losing here? Admiral Yulari's not bad, but I don't have a ton of heroism units, especially early. Like, I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're like not really staying alive either. But he's also just a 2/5, and I'm playing advanced. Like, he has 7 worth of stats for 3 cost, and that's just like good for what we're playing here anyway. 2 cuts. The only stuff that's like really jumping out to be bad at me is down here, which is rough. Maybe we're not wide enough to justify the synchronized strike. It does play well with exactly Shock T, but that's probably not something we need to be doing, I guess. And then maybe something from these 3-drops. What's our worst 3-drop here? Probably the Phase 2 Clone Trooper. Ambush is, well, now the Liberator's probably worse. We're losing a point of toughness here, but Ambush is probably just going to be more important for this. I mean, they're both important for this deck that wants to stabilize the long game. So maybe it's actually this Advanced Recon Commando, which has the power, greater power than both of them, but doesn't help to stabilize as much. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Or no. But then it's Bold Recon Commando. Which one's better there? I kind of like the health on Bold Recon Commando more, but maybe that's facetious of me. Facetious? Incorrect. Maybe that's incorrect of me. That's what I'm trying to communicate here. Yeah, despite it being a card that I was initially quite excited about. I think it might be the Bold Recon Commando here. Because I think this might be better for like an aggro deck that's like trying to attack in, but we're really a control deck. And having 4 power here I think is going to be more useful to us at like controlling things and making early trades. So yeah, let's go with that. So that is again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Tremendous. Yeah. Still got some fun splashes for a late game. Pretty weak early game in that one, I will say, though. Maybe some of the other colors are better in that pool for it. But we didn't have any villainy. And yeah, there's a B1 security team, favorable delegate, Royal Guard attaché, outspoken. Yeah, like the 2-drops in this pool are just bad, which kind of means this is a bad pool. I think that's sort of how Star Wars Unlimited works. But all right, we're halfway there. I'm having a good time. This is not just Stockholm Syndrome, but like I enjoy this. Those decks are going to have some hopefully interesting play patterns. Alrighty, here, pool number 3 starting us off. More Quinlans than you could ever want. 41st Elite Corps, Confederate Courier, Reckless Torrent, Daughter of Dathomir is nice. Take Captive, I believe, is good, but I don't think we've quite really had decks for it so far. Hyperspace Volunteer Soldier, Tri-Droid Suppressor, Hailfire Tank, Hotshot V-Wing. Vulture Droid, or Vulture Interceptor Wing is powerful. Lethal Crackdown. I don't hate it, but it's a tough sell sometimes. Savage Oppress again. Mace Windu's Lightsaber, a bit too late, and a multi-troop transport. If only I had opened that pack with it. If only. If only I hadn't just gone perfectly in order here. I could have had Mace Windu with the 2 Mace Windu pool. But I've broken the timeline. Newt Gunray, which I think is actually a fine leader in this set. Headhunter Squadron, the boldest of the Recon Commandos, making sure that's in frame. Royal Guard Attaché, Separatist Super Tank Dendups, Loyalist, Hyperspace Creative Thinking, Geonosian Patrol Fighter, my goat. Phase 1 Clone Trooper is excellent. Infantry and Demolisher, Death Boy Droids is kind of like Lethal Crackdown, where like, I don't know, it's not that bad, it's just never feels great. Heavy's a nice one. We've got another upside down card here in Disaffected Senator. Kalani is our rare, and a Subjugating Starfighter is our foil. Kalani is a pretty nice rare, I won't lie. So I would be already somewhat interested here in like a blue-green villainy thing. With Kalani, we've got a 2-drop. Yeah, I think a weird part that I feel about this format is that like Newt Gunray and Count Dooku like desperately want you to play Twin Suns with them together, but as a result they like just kind of like don't function well enough. Like the cards that natively have exploit aren't good enough to be like using Newt Gunray to just shovel things into the exploit cards to make it work, and there's not enough like good exploit fodder for Dooku to be consistent. So it's like the 2 of them really like help each other out, but it's like on their own they're just really kind of not supported. And I don't think that's like a horrible design place to end up. I think it's like tough to balance on these kinds of things. So I don't know. I might be a huge apologist there, but I do feel that like both of them kind of ending up as misses. It's not like catastrophic, like, oh my god, they're so bad at game design. Like, I don't know. I feel like they're close enough to be like reasonable to ship. Senatorial Corvette and Republic Tactical Officer, a nice wartime trade official. Obviously nice for the new gunray thing. Subjugating Starfighter. Relentless Rocket Droid. Merciless Contest on the doorstep. Super Battle Droid is nice. Infiltrating Demolisher. Alright, more of the pack is just upside down now. So we've got Bloodsport to deal 2 damage to each ground unit. I don't think something we're terribly interested in right now. Lux Bonteri is a nice 2-drop. Or a Sing in there. Petition the Senate. Really just a garbage card, I would say. Even as we just had like the officials set, like I don't even know if this is good with a whole lot of stuff from Secrets of Power. Petition the Senate is just a rough one. 3 cost, draw 3 is this game's not really about drawing, about like casting spells that draw you cards. Like if you draw cards incidentally, it's pretty nice, but not something you want to devote entire slots in your deck to. You've got a Count Dooku for our next leader, 501st Liberator, Squadron of Vultures, Droideka Security, Resupply. Resupply is good for whatever we got going on here. Trade Federation Shuttle, Encouraging Leadership, Patrolling AAT is nice. Clone Dive Trooper. I'm really just moderately amused by all of these upside down cards. Padme, Reprocess. A rare foil Geonosis Patrol Fighter, love to see that, and our rare is another Caught in the Crossfire, which I don't really feel like red is super appealing to what we have, but there's like reasonable red cards here, so maybe that's actually a direction we can look a bit more in. I do just like these green cards, like double Subjugating Starfighter and Resupply are kind of great with either Dooku or Nute Gunray, I feel. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what we got in these last 2 packs, because there's a couple exploit cards, so like I don't know, maybe we get through. Kalani is a nice one to try to get to. Heroism is not looking particularly exciting here. I'll say that much. Pre-Vizsla is not really one that's got a whole lot of support going on here, but he is a villainy leader, but that's not really something we're wanting for right now. We've got a Daring Raid, guarding the way, old access codes to go with our Pre-Vizsla, and not accomplish a whole lot. Obedient Vanguard, Grievous Reassembly, Bold Recon Commando, and Hyperspace. I just like opening Hyperspace cards no matter the context. It's just, they make me smile. Breaking in an ETA 2. Hidden Sharpshooter and Prisoner of War are some reasonable yellow cards. Synchronized Strike is okay, but not really what we're about here. Plo Koon's awesome. Unnatural Life is awesome, but not good. And another Caught in the Crossfire, so I like Caught in the Crossfire. It's a powerful removal spell. So I'm kind of leaning towards red as a result of that, but I don't know what else we're doing with it. Could be Quinlan. Honestly, we put a Mace Windu's lightsaber on a Quinlan boss. Like, that's not a terrible use of my time. Anakin Skywalker, probably better for this red plan of whatever we got going on. Soldier of the 501st. Vanquish. Arc. A B1 attack platform. Padawan Starfighter. Merciless Contest. Favorable Delegate. Another Phase 1 Clone Trooper is good. In Pursuit. Echo, not quite sure if we're coordinating enough. Captain Typho. The bad one, I guess. It's not that bad, but like the new one's sick. A Confederate Tri-Fighter, a Foresight is our rare, and a Hyperfoil Hailfire tank. So not really anything to do with Foresight, I think, in this pool. I mean, if I'm just truly the best to ever do it, I guess Pre-Vizsla might do it, but it actually doesn't, I think, because Foresight says in the regroup phase. So I don't think that's actually something we get to do, which is kind of sad. So, okay. What's a meme we can live here, right? It's caught in the crossfire. I guess I just want to be playing red and everything. Is that really who I am? I think it is who I am. I like that card a lot. But what do we do with the rest of the deck? I'm thinking it might be jamming a little Quinlan here. Suppose Quinlan is a lot less good in this format where you don't get to build your deck with knowledge. You just kind of have to have things, put them in play. Maybe I should just be doing Anakin instead. But Anakin is just he's kind of fine. Oh, but like, no, but we've got like Plo Koon and Mace Windu's lightsaber, like so much better on the flip turn with Quinlan. And you get to take advantage of that. So I think, and then your opponent tries to stabilize, and then you're just like, boom, caught in the crossfire, go home. Yeah, let's do some Quinlan. Let's do some Quinlan here. Quinlan red. No Tarkin Town. They said it couldn't be done. They said it shouldn't be done. Anything here to splash? I don't believe so. Similarly here. Yeah. But this pool is also kind of built in a way where like you could also just do like a blue-green villainy deck here with, I kind of want to do Newt Gunray instead of Dooku. I feel is a bit more pleasing here, but because we've got a reasonable number of exploit dudes going on. Are we doing a bonus deck? Are we building 5 seal pools instead? Because I actually kind of really want to play a Newt Gunray deck too. All right. Let's do one at a time. I'm gonna pull the Newt Gunray out to the side here. I'm not done with him yet, but this find me a red base or green base to go with the Newt Gunray. Red base to go with Quinlan. Okay, all right, let's take things one at a time here. Is Sword and Shield Maneuver good for this deck? I don't think so. I think that card's bad. Do. It's actually a pretty cool Quinlan deck. I'm not gonna lie. I'm into what's going on here. Tri-Droid Suppressor's probably fine at 7 for this deck. I'm not playing In Pursuit. I do not like that card. Nor am I playing Grim Resolve. We don't really have beefy units to survive and take advantage of grit on that one. We've got far too many units that die to Bloodsport to play it ourselves. We're actually going to be going pretty aggressive here, so I don't think these old access codes are actually going to proc in a positive manner. So let's throw all of these cards back into our messy pile here. We've got, I feel a little heavy on space units that cost 5, but other than that, I'm kind of digging this deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, so we've got 3 cuts to make here. I think an easy one is Volunteer Soldier. That card's just very bad. Tri-Droid Suppressor, I'm happy to lose since we've already got a lot of top-end removal here. And I think ETA Light Interceptor, we can trim down to another copy less on that one. Since the Patrol Fighter is the same amount of power but can be cheaper, offers some interaction. Rather, we can keep the Restore on that one. But actually, no. Let's get rid of this Headhunter Squadron. That card never does anything important enough. This will at least be, we've got some nice value going on there. So let me just sort some of these on the real quick. And yeah, we're seeing sitting in the lens flare section over there. Do that count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is 30. Yeah, like this was a PQ or something, obviously we'd be going a bit more thorough, but like that looks like 30 fun cards to play a Quinlan red list with, so a little aggressive. Bent for us to start with. Alright, so now is where I make this a problem, because I'm just going to play new Gunray Green here. I want to do it. I feel like he's not that awful. Boop. And boop. And do I want any of these cards to splash? I don't think so. And I'm not going to bother, trying to double dip cards where it's like, oh, maybe I'd splash for this in the Quinlan. I'm not thinking about that. That's somebody else's problem. I'm going to count Droideka Security as 4 for this curve. I'm going to count them as I'm doing like an exploit, because I think we're kind of set up to do one exploit pretty effectively here. On some of these, like, no. Patrolling AT doesn't have exploit, William. That's not how the card works. That Volunteer Soldier's not going in this deck. Foresight might go just as +0, +2 for 1. Not in the deck. You can be in the deck. You can be in the deck. You can make the computer stay awake. Vulture Interceptor Wing is nice. Oh, your heroism cards. You don't go in this pile. Obedient Vanguard just as basically a mana dork. Yeah, so maybe not as many 2-drops as one might want for such a strategy. But I actually don't have a but. It's just not good. But we're just gonna do it, because we're just here to have some fun. And if our 2-drops are weak enough, we just do the whole game of turn 1 claim, play Merciless Contest, and that's not a great world to live in, but we have enough 4-drops that it's not an awful thing to do, because like turn 1 claim, then Merciless Contest, claim again, Subjugating Starfighter, not a horrible curve. Not a good one, but not horrible. So let's do a count. This looks a little light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We just fire from the hip and get there. I think we did. And I don't really see anything over here that I want. So that's just gonna be 30 cards. That's our Newt Gunray deck, hastily thrown together, but yeah, I'm down for it. I'm down to clown. And that pile goes there. And we are moving on to the bottom of the box with our last 6 here for the final pool. Boop. And boop. You go over there. Everything looks like we're still doing good so far. So final pool for our fun little sealed bills. Progressively getting worse at opening the very easy to open packs. Hyperspace Wat Tambor. Perhaps he will get to redeem himself in this pool. I mean, look at this start already. Like, Heavy Persuader, Tank Republic, Arc 170, Fashion Iron Take, Drop In. These are just all super reasonable cards that we're getting here. Backjoid Spider Droid, Grievous Reassembly. This is just so filled with playables. Commander Cody in the Cody pack. Makes sense. Compassionate Senator. This lethal crackdown. This Barris Offie that nobody wants. And the Sand Hill. Which is just not really that good, but also not that bad. It's actually just bad. It's actually just bad, unless you're doing that weird combo thing, which we will not be doing. Hyperspace Anakin. Confederate Courier's good. Relentless Rocket Droid. Time Trade Official Pelta. Got a Grenade Strike. Grievous Reassembly. Elite P-38 on the doorstep. Super Battle Droid. Disruptive Burst is going to ruin some of these decks here. Asajj Ventress. Ooh, a Hyperspace Legendary. Empiric Assault. That's really pretty. I don't know if we're going to get to do that one. We got an Admiral Yularen and a 41st Elite Corps. Empiric Assault's pretty cool. Wat Tambor does want us defeating friendly units, so there's not nothing going on there, I'll say. Not nothing. But we could also, have this Yularen to play with. We got more heroism stuff, so we shall see what the future holds for us. Oh, but there's a Chancellor Palpatine. And he's so silly in this any limited format. He's really fun. A strategic analysis, Daughter of Dathomir, Strategic Acumen. Reckless Torrent, Warrior Drone, Hyperspace, Republic Arc 170, Republic Commando. I think the first one of those that we've seen. All box. Droid Deployment, also one that was hiding all box, I think. A Jar Jar Binks, O.C. Sobek, Republic Defense Carrier, and then another Unnatural Life, and our foil is Reckless Torrent. So we don't have awful yellow villainy here, but we don't really have a yellow heroism at all halfway through. And our yellow is like kind of our weakest color, so like Palp is looking a little bit awkward as a result there. I think we've gotten quite a few legends this box. Or maybe it's actually quite few. Was it just the 2 unlimited powers? It might have just been the 2 unlimited powers and that Pyrrhic Assault. Oh, actually, so we might be doing quite badly. Never mind. Have to check afterwards, but Coruscant Guard's nice. Grenade Strike is nice too. Infantry and Rylith Militia, very reasonable stuff going on here. Wolfpack Escort. The political pressure. A Droid Starfighter, Jesse, as we start to get into the uncommons. Tactical Droid Commander. A Calculating Magna Guard in Hyperspace, and a Hyperspace, or no, a regular General Grievous. So there's another legend to keep me from complaining. And Jesse in Hyperfoil. So Grievous is not like that exciting. It's literally just a 4/4. But if we do Palp Blue, he is something that can gather. But we just don't have the early heroism units to get Palp rolling, do we? We've got that Wolfpack Escort, Barriss Offee. No, we need more than that if we want to do that, and we have 2 packs left. Okay, we might not be Palpatining. That's tough. That's a rough one. I don't know if we can do that. Obi-Wan. I want a meme, but I also want a functional deck. You know what I mean? Batch Brothers, Droid Commando, Knight of the Republic, Take Captive, Volunteer Soldier, Tri-Droid Suppressor, Armored Saber Tank, Hidden Sharpshooter. Into the uncommons, we've got Zero the Hutt, Independent Senator, Anakin's Interceptor, and everybody's favorite Stila Guerrera. That's a rare. Not sure what our tactic count is, but Heavy is another nice uncommon here. Got Grenade Strike, 2 Grenade Strikes as tactics in her color pairing. And not a whole lot else, I think. I see Take Captive up there as a tactic as well. Disruptive Burst over here, but a whole lot of supplies, not a whole lot of tactics. Disaster in Pyrrhic Assault. Yeah, this pool is ending up to be a bit more of a disaster. I don't have the cool stuff for Steel. I don't have the cool stuff for or the functional stuff for Palpatine. I don't know. I mean, we got those 2 Batch Brothers, or just the 1 Batch Brothers, Anakin's Interceptor. That's like helping a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not seeing Palpatine on this one so far. Padme, though. I love Padme. Clone Heavy Gunner. Headhunter Squadron. Warrior Drone. Strategic Acumen. Series Officer. Devastating Gunship. Republic Commando. Republic Attack Pod. Heroes on both sides. Notably can be fetched with Padme, despite not being a unit. On top of things, Magna Guard Wing Leader. Hello there. And Sabine Wren and Vulture Interceptor Wing rounds out our box here. I Okay, so yeah, this was another one of the pools that had Ularn. I think we got a whole set of Ularns in this box. Coruscant, Garden, Republic, Arc 170s are additional heroism units here. So we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 3. So we're at 11 with just our green cards. So that's kind of nice for Padme. That would allow us to play Pyrrhic Assault, but I will also say, unlike this Maul deck that we had earlier, which I'm now just double checking to make sure I'm not losing my mind when I made this, we did just like have enough to be mono red for that. I'm not crazy. I don't think we have enough for Padme to be mono green here. As cool as it would be to use our 1 Pyrrhic Assault on curve, I think that's probably not in our best interests. But I do kind of like what's going on there. So I will also just say, yeah, Palpatine. We don't have like the phase 1 clone troopers to really justify it. We've got a couple things that come in on 3, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not playing this Barasafi. She's awful. I can't. Like, our villain stuff is just not even that good. Like, there's Elite P-38, Devastating Gunship, Grievous and Calculating Vanguard, but we're not turning it on turn 2. So, like, these aren't played on curve even. So, I'm not really seeing it with that one. So what I want to, so that's eliminating Palpatine. Anakin kind of gently being pushed out of the way here because I just don't care that much for him. Maul and Obi-Wan are less exciting to me as well. This is a reasonable number of Republic cards going on over here in red, so I am kind of inclined to give that a go. In yellow, we do have the attack pod and the escort. Hidden sharpshooter's nice, but nothing really exciting here. And Sabine Wren is actually like, I mean, unsurprisingly, she's actually like kind of not great. Like, this is worse than Wampa stats, and it's like kind of hard to set up her ability. I mean, we would be more green than yellow, so it would be more likely than not to hit. But compare that to like Steel and maybe drawing a card. I'm thinking it's not yellow. How is it likely is it to be blue? We've got a Perilous Position and a Repulsion Ion Tank, but really not a whole lot going on. So I think we're gonna do a little red-green there. Little red-green Padme action. How's that sound? You know, a more competitive build would be to put it as Anakin, but I don't want to do that. So we're gonna do Padme instead. So yeah, let's take a look at it, and then we'll do a pause after that because it's been a lot of talking, and you can sort of tell that my brain is starting to slow up a little bit here. So let's take a look through at these, see are there any splashes that stand out to us. And I don't think we're gonna have to make Droid Commando work. A appealing card to somewhat have access to once in a while. Hidden Sharpshooter might not be bad. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on Hidden Sharpshooter and Falchion Eye on tank, because they're also Republic cards that kind of go with what we're cooking. So there's an opportunity for those to line up, but let's get these through the system first. Find her a red base. Have any hyperspace red ones? No. She gets to go to the nest. I don't think Padme ever went to the nest in the show, but no, it was Ahsoka that ended up showing up there to save the day. Heroes on both sides, probably not it here. Drop in, I know it was an event, but I'm treating like a unit. Sharpshooter and Ion tank there. Really don't want to play Volunteer Soldier. I don't know how much Republic Defense Care is going to cost, but it's probably going to be a lot. Lauren, Delta Supply, Stila. I also do not like Jesse. Giving your opponent battle droids is just like not something you have to do. Nobody's making you do it. And it's just pretty bad for you. Strategic acumen, Pyrrhic assault, probably not what's going on in this neck of the woods either. Factoid Spider Droid up there. We're not really a strategic analysis deck. These cards are all ones that I'm relatively confident that I can cut here. So let's take a little count here to start us off with our... Oh, we got 6 2-drops. That's not awful. And grenade strikes as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Look at that. We hit 30 on the first try again. Just really doing great. So how many Republic cards do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So our deck is really good at hitting Padme, so that's nice. Problem is, we're not that good at hitting Coordinate. I don't really... we got some beefier units in the 3-drop slot. Like, these Republic Commandos will stick around and help turn it on, but we're not too efficient at that. As I was counting, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Separatists, so... It's not the worst Heroes on Both Sides deck that I've ever seen. It is Republic. It is not a tactic though, so I think it's a no-go for us. And geez, I've only got 3 tactics for Stila to fetch. And I'm looking at the top 8, like that's not actually particularly a lot. How many am I not playing that are on aspect? I am playing everyone that is on aspect. Oh no. Oh, poor Stila. Poor Stila. I think it might not be the move. But then what is the move, William? Are you going to put Heroes on Both Sides into your deck instead of Stila? Maybe drawing a card every now and then? Like if she didn't deal damage to my base, I wouldn't really be questioning it, right? Because I would just be like, yeah, whatever, you free roll it on your 4/3 for 4. But I kind of need her to draw a card to be worth taking the damage. And you do the damage before you search, so you don't get to figure it out as you go. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to play heroes on both sides over Steelo. Oh, that feels bad. That feels bad. There's another Republic count too, for whatever that's worth. Or do I cut something egregious from my top end? I probably cut something egregious from the top end instead, actually. We don't need this Falchion Ion tank. We're not that desperate for playables. We've got enough for public stuff. We're not looking to do a ton of exploiting in this deck either. This deck would also be so much better with Anakin too. Like, Headhunter Squadron in particular. Just much better with Anakin. But that's okay. Padme is far more fun. So, yeah, I think that's gonna do it. And let me put those there. Do one more count. No, I count it. This. Well, I'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, cool. So we are at 30 here. Yeah. So get this all piled up and I don't know, the recording's going to be probably seamless from here, but we're going to do a little break as I am probably not playing these all tonight, and I will need to reorient how the camera and table is set up so that we can be viewing the game state area. So, yeah, be a short pause here, but thanks for hanging out as long as we've been going so far. All right, here we are for our first round of gameplay. We're going to just kind of go in sequence here. Run the gauntlet with Maul, do the other matchups with Mace Windu, and so on and so forth. Because I built that extra deck out of that one pool, I've got 5 decks, so that's going to end up being 10 games. So I think I'm just going to do best of 1 for this, but we'll kind of see how it goes, play it by ear too with that. But yes, we've got our first 2 here. We've got Maul and Mace Windu. I've shuffled up, but I haven't dealt hands. Odds on the... let me say that again. Odds on the roll to have Maul get the initiative. Evens, initiative goes to Mace Windu. And it goes to Mace Windu. Wonderful. So, let's take a look at the hands. And try to make sure we don't get these cards mixed together. Because I did not sleeve them. Alright, so over here for Windu, we've got Soldier of the 501st, Daring Raid, Headhunter Squadron, Coruscant Guard, Resupply, and Subjugating Starfighter. Resupply and Subjugating Starfighter seem excellent here. The Headhunter Squadron I am not particularly interested in. And I think Soldier of the 501st I'm not that inclined to do here because I'm probably just going to play Coruscant Guard and then see where that takes us. So resources go over here and we'll be face up over here. Now for Maul, we're looking at Dendup's Loyalist, a 5-cost Perilous Position, a 6-cost Subjugating Starfighter, Holdout Blaster, Greed Parliamentarian, and Relentless Rocket Droid. So I think this is enough of a keep. We'll take the Loyalist, we'll take the Rocket Droid, and I think we'll just take the cheap stuff, keep this off aspect. Boop. That's meant for the late game, and just leave that elsewhere. So, Mace Windu starts with Coruscant Guard, and I think the Maul, you're going to look at this and say, let me try to get value out of my 2-2, and then pass. And so Windu will draw Holdout Blaster and another resupply. Feel like we don't need multiple resupplies, so that's okay to draw. Over here, we get Execute Order 66 and the Series Officer Droid. That Execute Order might come in handy later, but I don't think we're... Well... Yeah, Mace Windu is 8 health. That's kind of problematic, not 7. If it was 7, we could kind of get to do something with the Holdout Blaster into Execute Order, or the opposite order of that. This being the case, we're just going to go 2 and a 1-drop here, probably. And that probably means the Officer Droid goes down because we want to have this Trooper to turn on Relentless Rocket Droid. Alright. So Windu gets to start over here. It's like we can resupply or Daring Raid plus Holdout Blaster. Daring Raid does keep our dude alive, but I don't think we care that much about leaving it alive. So I think I'm just going to attack for 3 on the base here, and I think the Maul is very happy to trade the Coruscant Guard for this poopy Agreed Parliamentarian. Mace Windu is going to resupply, and over here we'll go Loyalist, Mace Windu claims, and then just put the Holdout Blaster onto it so that we've got a 3-3, and then passing. Mace draws Yularen and Steadfast Senator. We're on 5 here, so I think the Holdout Blaster is not quite... Well, the Holdout Blaster is actually kind of decent here. So let's actually put back the Steadfast Senator, because we can go like Yularen, Holdout, and then use Windu to ping, and that's a nice deal. And over here, we're drawing Private Manufacturing and Hailfire Tank, but with no tokens, we're just going to drop the manufacturing because we don't want to be having that kind of card disadvantage at this time. And we'll start with a Daring Raid here to put 2 damage on the Loyalist. And then we have to, Maul has to attack base here to get some value, because otherwise Windu can just ping with his ability. And I think that is what he's just going to do anyway. Spend 1 more resource for that. Maul jamming the Relentless Rocket Droid, and Admiral Yularen for Mace. And now Maul actually gets to claim the initiative here. And yeah, so he'll draw Unlimited Power and Reckless Torrent. So we're on 5 resources. So this is a pretty awkward hand. So I think the Hailfire Droid has to go because it's not really coming down anytime soon, and we're not really going to have the units for it. And over here we draw Huyang and a 7-cost Plo Koon. We're on the 6 resource turn. So I think we can actually lose the Subjugating Starfighter. We don't have the initiative. Probably not getting the initiative for a while now. And we've just got other uses for our resources, I think. So, what is happening over here? From Maul's perspective. So we don't have a trooper. Don't have a way to turn any of this on. Reckless Torrent, Unlimited Power, and Execute Order 66 is the hand. I think we'll probably keep it simple and just put 3 damage into the base. And going to be a little disastrous here because we'll play Hu Yang, and we're going to give +2/+2 to Yularen. Maul is going to sadly play a reckless... Or wait, no, hold on a second. There is a Jedi now for Execute Order 66, but replacing this with a Clone Trooper is not... Yeah, it's not really exciting, so we're just going to play the Reckless Torrent. Anywho, exhaust 3 for that. Pay 1 to put the Hotshot Blaster on Yularen and deal 1 to Relentless Rocket Droid. Maul's going to claim here, and I think Yularen is just going to attack in here for 3. Or no. It's 5 damage because of the Hu Yang buff. So this Rocket Droid dies. We take 3 damage back here. That's staying there, and we restore 1. And we don't have a damage unit that we want to deal with Windu, so we're just going to be passing. So Maul in a bad spot here. No Separatists here, so the Droid Commando I think is a safe one to let go. And over here, we're going on to 7 resources, and we've got Mace Windu, Grenade Strike, and Shakti. I think honestly you can just lose the Grenade Strike and go up to 7 here. I know there's this Reckless Torrent that we're not really going to be doing anything about in space, but I think Shakti is just going to close this game pretty quickly. Alright, so Maul with priority here. I think is just going to start by hitting for 3 damage in space. And then what is Mace Windu going to do about that? Start by a deploy, I think. We're not really likely to dish out a ton of damage here, and we've got this Plo Koon lined up to murder Mr. Maul, so we just kind of want to like take a ton of actions and let that happen. And Maul needs to make this unlimited power happen, so I think he's got to start by deploying so that he... Well... Yeah. Start here, because I think from this seat, you're looking at this saying unlimited power is going to get a lot of value here. Yeah, the bad news is that Plo Koon just comes down, trades with Maul. All 7 resources are gone here. And so now Maul's got to try to figure out. And so is this unlimited power even worth it? What I do think is actually kind of worth it here is Execute Order 66. It's going to deal 6 damage to each Jedi, which is going to kill Hu Yang, and then put 6 damage on Mace Windu, which puts this into like unlimited power range. Then Yularen's going to attack for 3, bring him up to 6, and restore 1. Maul claims, and then Mace Windu just attacks for 5. So we've got 11 to 7. Alright. Potentially have the option to go up to 7 resources here, but none of these cards are particularly exciting. So I think we just don't resource over here, and we're just probably going to unlimited power. Or no, we can't because we need 4 units in play to make that card work. So, I guess we're still not resourcing because then we're just going to play the 2 things that we drew. Not really a reason to resource strategic analysis, although it's not particularly good here. So we're just not resourcing. We're readying up and draw Arc Commando and Vanquish for 7 over here. So we can either be Shakti plus Arc or Vanquish for the turn. So staying on 7 seems like the right move. And yeah, start off with an attack for 3, bring him to 10. And we'll start off with an attack for 3. Go to 14, restore 1. Then I'll play a Super Battle Droid. If Mace Windu wants to trade with that, that's fine, but I don't believe he will because I think Mace is turning the corner here, so attacking for 5 brings to 19. Then I'll play the Vanguard Droid Bomber. Now we've got another Separatist, so we get to deal 2 on entry. Then Mace will play Shakti. Maul's going to claim. Play an Arc Commando here, and then pass. Merciless Contest is not close to cleaning this board up or being productive for Maul. So, let's see, we draw 7 cost worth of things. So again, we're left with our happy 7 resources here to say that we either Vanquish or ETA2 Light Interceptor and the Clone Heavy Gunner. So now the moment of truth. We get to unlimited power here. So awkwardly, these both have 2 health, so we don't get like complete and utter full value, but we do get to go 4 to Shakti, 3 to Mace Windu, 2 to Admiral Yularen, and 1 to this ARC Trooper, and just entirely clear this board. Not, I literally just said we're not killing the ARC Trooper, so not clearing the board, but we are doing quite a bit of work here. So now Mace is quite a bit more scared. Everything is a lot less stable than it was before, so probably worth it to make this trade happen in a way that also pushes damage. So it's going to deal 1 Overwhelm, kill the Super Battle Trooper, and trade here. Now Maul gets to attack for 3, bring Mace to 14. I think Mace is going to play the ETA to Light Interceptor here because you want to try to stabilize. But I believe Maul is just going to put 2 damage onto it with the Droid Bomber. Mace uses the last 2 to play Clone Heavy Gunner. Maul uses his final resource that we went up to 7 for, Daring Raid, to wipe out this ETA Light Interceptor. That's just going to restore that if we put that damage anywhere else. And now Mace out of resources is going to claim. Again, draw 7 worth of cards, so just keep on hanging on. And we've got this devastating gunship costs 7. As a dwarf spider droid is pretty rough here. I suppose it is literally anything, but devastating gunship's also not doing a whole lot here. So this is a really interesting resource because we could like dump either the gunship or the dwarf spider droid and try to strategic analysis into some better plays, but they're unlikely to be. That's unlikely to be as action efficient as just playing one of these things, but playing just one of these units per turn with no way to make this devastating gunship valuable. It's all pretty unexciting. So I think I'm actually gonna resource this droid and try to strategic analysis. This is something here. Yeah, Mace Windu, no real incentive here to resource. We could do something if we had like the 8th resource to put into there, but we don't have a real way to spread damage in that manner. So I think it's fine just to not do it right now. But I think like the very clean play here is we go Senatorial Corvette, and now our Republic Tactical Officer lets its action sheet with this Clone Heavy Gunner and turn on Coordinate at the same time, so we're actually going to push a bunch of damage to base. It's hard to deal with. And now that we see that, I think the Maul player, of course, feels worse here, but is now we see an avenue to make devastating gunship good. And so I think what that entails is we have our attack here for 3 onto the gunship. Mace is going to play the Republic Tactical Officer and get an attack for 5 here, which is going to bring up to 25. So we quite literally have to kill this with the devastating gunship to keep playing. And then the Senatorial Corvette makes the Maul player discard the strategic analysis, which is very brutal. And then Mace gets to claim, which is really bad spot for Maul. Draw Saw Gerrera and low altitude gunship. So yeah, really, really bad spot for Maul, who gets caught in the crossfire and devastating gunship. I don't think we're really need to resource here for Mace Windu, so we can just kind of leave our options open. And so for Maul here, we're on 8 resources. The Senatorial Corvette costs 7. What does Caught in the Crossfire do for us here? Absolutely nothing, actually. So I think we just lose. Mace has the initiative. So attack for 3. Go to 4. Maul's going to play Senatorial Corvette for the full value. Mace Windu will attack for 1. Gunship runs in for 5. And then we play Saw Gerrera, which is like kind of unkillable. And Maul's going to have to claim here and try to figure something out. Daring Raid and Volunteer Soldier are not going to be it. So that's going to be a win for Mace Windu. I guess I'm kind of going to edit this part out where I like collect everything together. But yeah, Mace Windu wins that one in pretty commanding fashion, just going far over the top of what Maul's got to bring to the table. Okay, we are here for round 2. Maul almost clawed back his way back into that game, but not quite. That was it. We at least got to like have a really cool unlimited power there, so that was dope. But now we're playing against Quinlan Red and no Tarkentown. So again, odds this side even, or odds Maul evens Quinlan. That'll be Quinlan's choice. But yeah, I still think you always just take it, basically. And so we got Breaking In, Senatorial Corvette, Clone Dive Trooper, and Daring Raid. As this hand, this is weird. Like, you're not breaking in, and then your Light Interceptor's not as good as Senatorial Corvette, so it's basically like turn 1 Daring Raid plus Clone Dive Trooper. and then you put Mace Windu's lightsaber on here and hope that does something good. But I think that's what we're gonna do. So that'll be this hand here. We've already shuffled off camera, or not off camera, but I'm hoping to have, you know, mitigated that part. All right, so we've actually got like a real like 2, 3, 4 curve here for Maul. Volunteer Soldier, one of the worst cards in the set. So now it's like, what do we want of Daring Raid or Twice the Pride? And I think we just take Twice the Pride because it does more damage to base and does the same amount of damage to a unit, although less efficiently. So Quinlan has the initiative. If you wanted to like kill a 2-drop with a 2-drop, this is where you just pass with Quinlan, but like you give yourself the opportunity to do something else, which is can be pretty important. So even in your Tarkin Town strategies, don't always just give your opponent the initiative when you're doing these kinds of things. 'Cause sometimes your hand is going to be bad, and it'll be bad in a way where you need to be claiming more aggressively, and that can only happen if you start with the initiative too. Cool. So yeah, I'll just play a Clone Dive Trooper for 1 cost, and Maul is going to play their only, or the best thing to do on turn 1 here, which is going to be the Clone Heavy Gunner. So we thought about doing Daring Raid before with Quinlan, but now if we do that, you know, we're just getting 2 for 1. Mace Windu's lightsaber is going to be much more effective if we do that, so we're just going to claim here. And again, pretty good and indication there to not always pass, or not always give away the initiative when you've got a ping leader. Yeah, so they've Quinlan's claimed. We draw Prisoner of War and Lux Bonteri. This is pretty interesting. I think we can ship Daring Raid here. It's weird, but it might just be Lux. No, Prisoner of War is like none of our, like, we want Senatorial Corvette to die, and the rest of our units here are like pretty small. So I think, although if we do Prisoner of War with Quinlan on the flip turn, like that's pretty hot. But I don't think that's quite what I think we're really trying to we are trying to tempo, and that's just like a pretty brutal tempo thing. Yeah, this Daring Raid is just not part of like the extreme tempo thing that we're trying to set up here, I guess. So I'm gonna send it. I could regret that. We've got Merciless Contest and Holdout Blaster for the Clone Heavy Duty Gunner. I feel like Merciless Contest, this hand has too many units to be wanting to do that. We're trying to get on the board. So first things first, so that we don't get blown out, Quinlan is going to play, or we could have Lux and then ping with Quinlan, and this takes 1 damage, so then the Clone Dive Trooper is just a trade, but I don't quite like that. So I think I want to stick with the plan of just throwing the Mace Windu's lightsaber on here. And now this is a bit of a predicament for the Maul player, but I think we actually have good Twice the Pride value here, because we can play Super Battle Droid, and whatever the Quinlan player does here, we get a good answer into it next turn. For example, that like if they clone Dive Trooper into the Heavy Gunner, now we get to Twice the Pride and cleanly finish it off. Which is trading 4 resources and 2 cards for 3 resources and 2 cards, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. So here, I do think that value is actually pretty good to try to take the clone heavy troop gunner entirely out of play here. And Maul gets to simply claim now. And yeah, so they draw to this strategic analysis that nobody particularly wants. Can put that one on the bottom or as a resource. Ready up. And we're drawing Reckless Torrent and our foil caught in the crossfire. But we're on 4 resources here. Don't really have a good way to... Well, we don't have a good play this turn on 4 resources. Like our next turn, we've got some cool things in mind. Like we could go Lux plus Reckless Torrent, or we play Senatorial Corvette, or we do Caught in the Crossfire. But what's it going to be this turn? I think because we know that Maul has the initiative, we just kind of can't do a whole lot of stuff. Or like we know this unit is foregone. So I kind of like just playing a Reckless Torrent as Quinlan here and trying to move into space and not caring that much about trying to set up pings. So, and I think Maul starts with that, uses the Overwhelm ability. So we Overwhelm for 2 into the Clone Dive Trooper. And yeah, Quinlan will just run out the Reckless Torrent here as a 3/1 space unit. And what do we do now for Maul? I think I just like playing the Relentless Rocket Droid, Quinlan claims, and figure things out from there. Alright, Hot Shot and Phase 2 Clone Trooper. These are both nice ones to draw, but it's unclear what we want to be doing here. I actually think I might lose this Clone Trooper and try to go really aggressive in space here with Quinlan by going Senatorial Corvette, and then next turn do Prisoner of War plus the Hot Shot. I think seems powerful. And over here, Maul draws 2. We've got the Heavy Persuader tank and Devastating Gunship, which neither of these have particularly great targets right now. So I think we can lose the gunship because that's just a ways away, and we're kind of going to be dumping our hand here. And so Quinlan gets to start, and I believe the start is a deploy. So this is a little scary into so many open resources. So I think Maul, let's start with a Hot Shot Blaster. Deal 1 damage here to Quinlan. So now with that investment, it's like kind of juicy to just Prisoner of War this Relentless Rocket Droid. Get 2 battle droids out of it. A lot of tempo. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Prisoner of War. So this gets captured under here. Hot Shot Blaster goes away, or Holdout Blaster, not Hot Shot. And 2 battle droids come into play for Quinlan. So now Maul gets to look at the rest of this and cry, basically. Playing the Series officer is fine. Quinlan could arguably just claim here to kill the Series officer with the first action, but that's like not tremendously exciting, and you also just get to do that with any battle droid. So I think Quinlan's still down to attack for 3 here into Maul. I don't think Twice the Pride is really going to do much here, so I think we just claim, take another 3 from the Reckless Torrent, and Quinlan looking in excellent position here. But you know what is good here is unlimited power. That's really heckin' good. I'm going to lose this Vanguard Droid Bomber and draw 2 Endup's Loyalist and Aura Sing. Aura Sing is a fantastic one to draw into, so we're going to lose our Dendup's Loyalist here. And yeah. But Maul's got the initiative here, so it's just going to be unlimited power. Deal 4 to Quinlan, 2 and 1 to battle droids, and then another 1 to this Reckless Torrent, and just really clear up the board. So now Quinlan is in a rougher spot. This series officer droid just gets to attack in here. So he probably just put 3 damage on base. As unexciting as that is, put Maul to 9. And yeah, I think the series does just come in here. Or no, wait, hold on. Sorry. That's not happening. We have a Quinlan in play, so we need to be taking value of it. And so Senatorial Corvette comes down, use the Quinlan ping, kill the series officer, take 4. That's way better. Now Maul has to deploy. Now Quinlan attacks for 3, and Maul attacks into Quinlan and overwhelms for 4 damage, bringing to 8. Maul takes 3 back. Relentless Rocket Droid comes back. Quinlan's over here, and now Quinlan claims, like so. And then I'll pass. Drawing Heavy and Bold Recon Commando. So we're going to be trying to resource to 7 here. What comes after that is unclear. Maybe it's this Hotshot V-Wing that's just sort of inefficient enough. And we'll go like that. This is again going to be quite unfortunate. For the Dwarf Spider Droid is bad, so that's one that we want to get rid of the most. So we go to 7 here, so we can Persuader tank. And yeah, Quinlan gets to live the dream here with a Caught in the Crossfire. The Quinlan damage is just enough for Maul to make both of these lethal on each other. So we get to just pay 6, kill our opponent's leader, and their unit. Now it's Maul's initiative. So I think you just have to run out a heavy Persuader tank here to keep up the pressure. None of the cards in Quinlan's hand are an immediate answer to this. Although Aura Sing is actually interesting here because if you claim, you can play Aura and get ready as soon as heavy Persuader attacks, and is that better than taking getting 5 damage on the opponent's base? It's an interesting question. But I think it's probably close enough for Quinlan to claim here instead. So we'll draw 2. Going up to 8 resources here. I don't know that Disaffected Senator is going to be that helpful. So I think we can let that one go, and we'll have 8, yeah, we're at 8 resources here. And Maul draws Droid Commando and Perilous Position. So we're on 7 resources here, so we can go either one of these into either 2 drops. So I don't think there's a ton of the need to actually resource here. So 7, we'll do the thing. We'll play Aura Sing, use Quinlan, and ping for 1 on the Persuader tank. So now what do we do? Droid Commando plus twice the Pride does kill Aura Sing here. And Quinlan's used 7 resources, so it's like actually kind of a nice incentive here to do this. And then we're hitting for 6 on base. We're not exactly winning the race, but we're not, you know, losing it too badly either. So I think we'll do that where we pay 5 and have Droid Commando put 4 damage on Aura Sing. Quinlan's going to attack, bring to 14. Now Twice the Pride will finish off Aura Sing. Quinlan's going to claim and get hit for 6 damage. It's a tie game, and then we're passing. Drawing Creative Thinking and a Bold Recon Commando, and we are at 8 resources here. So I think they're actually like, okay, we're at 8. There's potentially some really cool stuff here. So Creative Thinking is a sick draw. So I definitely want to be doing that. I would have 6 leftover resources if I don't do anything, when I could just go Bold Recon Commando, Bold Recon Commando. But I'm getting a lot of troopers out of this, so I think it's actually kind of nice to resource one of these and then have our plan be Creative Thinking, Bold Recon, Relentless Rocket Droid, and Heavy if the plan becomes something else. Maul draws Reckless Torrent and Daring Raid. So not really a reason to resource here, I think. Could try to Perilous and Reckless Torrent, but I don't think we need to be doing that. So Quinlan again has initiative here, so Creative Thinking is just going to be brutal tempo here. Because, yeah, the Heavy Persuader is not unique. So now what does Maul want to do? Perilous Position does sound kind of nice. And just take away some of the damage from this Corvette. Does take 5 resources, which is not good. And then Quinlan's going to play the Bold Recon Commando. I think I want to put the Clone Cohort on the Persuader tank now for the Maul player. And then Quinlan is left with, do you want to play a 4-drop or the Bold Claim? And I think you do want to put the 4 here, so I think it's going to be... This has 4 health, so yeah, I think Relentless Rocket Droid is going to be the move. And then Maul gets to claim. And we'll see where we go. Caught in the Crossfire is a pretty nice one. We're on 7 resources here. Also, Quinlan also draws Caught in the Crossfire. Cool. Okay, so Maul has priority or initiative here. Which is so the problem is it's bad anyway, right? Like either Maul from on the Quinlan perspective here, you really don't care what happens because if they remove your unit, you just Plo Koon and do it. If they don't remove your Relentless Rocket Droid, this is a very aggressive trade that you're happy to be making. So I don't think there's actually like a good way out here, but what would the Maul player be thinking is the best here? And I think it's probably just putting 8 damage on base and say, I'm not worried about these problems. We're just going to put you to 22, and you got to come in and figure some of this out. And to that end, I would believe you probably just attack the Rocket Droid in here while you know it works. And Maul gets a clone trooper out of this. Now what are we doing? I think it's actually just a tiny little old daring raid on this clone token, to prevent the easier sequence of trades for Quinlan. So now Quinlan over here looks and removes this clone trooper with their Boulder Recon Commando. And so now we've got 6 resources, and we don't want to just deploy Reckless Torrent into all of this, but it's also not the worst. So yeah, I think we just got to run the Reckless Torrent out over there. And I think Quinlan, without a 3-drop in hand, is happy to make this trade. Perilous goes back over here. It's like a 3-for-1 with the Senatorial Corvette. And so now Maul has to discard a card. You got to try to make something work here. So Caught in the Crossfire is going away because I think we're just in on this Hailfire tank. We know that's bad because we see this Plo Koon, but the Maul player doesn't necessarily know that. And so now Maul claims. And I don't believe Quinlan's used resources this turn. Senatorial. I think this was all stuff that happened this turn, so I think we just get to deploy both of these, and they're both catastrophic for the Maul player, so you got to try to draw. And the Subjugating Starfighter certainly not doing it, so going up to 8 and thinking about, Hailfire Droid versus Senatorial Corvette. And over here, Quinlan's drawing Phase 1 Clone Trooper and Padme. No real reason to resource here, so you can just ready all of those up. So the Maul player is thinking here, how do you win the game? Opponent's at 22, you're at 14, staring down 11 damage. So it has to be some. I don't think there's a combat trick that we can kind of draw here. So I do think we just run out the naked Hailfire tank and try to buy time that way instead of racing the Senatorial Corvette. And I think Heavy is happy to jump into the Hailfire tank and oblige that. Maul is going to claim, and then we play Padme, Phase 1 Clone Trooper for Quinlan, and attack for 9. So that puts to 5 and 6. So 22 for Quinlan, 23 for Maul. And Maul draws nothing. And yeah, we played a pretty long game here. There's only 4 cards left in the deck, but I do believe Maul has once again been bested because we can deploy some units, but this is just lethal on board this turn. No way to do about it. So Maul goes down to 0-2. Will he be able to rise up and win anything? I don't know. But Quinlan's up. Okay, here we are, round number 3. Maul is down 0-2, but he's up against probably the other worst deck in this spread, which is Nute Gunray Green, the only other one with no red heroism. So that's probably a factor in the quality of these decks. But yeah, odds will be Maul goes first. Nute Gunray is even, and Nute Gunray it is. So let's see what he's working with. 501st Liberator. All right, we've got no turn 1 play here, and our turn 2 plays are kind of reliant on having stuff, so I believe that is an easy mulligan for Nute Gunray. And now I have tried to eliminate the shuffle time from this part of the broadcast, try to make it a little bit more palatable, but instead of being 18 hours long, as we talk about the mulligan part there, this part of the shuffling becomes inevitable. But I'm excited to see if Newt Gunray can actually do anything either. So here we go. Royal Guard Attaché, Lethal Crackdown, Kalani, Deathlord Droids, and Wartime Trade Official. This is a functional hand. This is a functional hand. Let's see here. Lethal Crackdown. I think it's probably getting rid of Death by Droids and Royal Guard Attaché. We don't have a turn 2 play if I get rid of this Attaché, but like it's pretty unexciting as a 2/3. So I think I can just let that go, and we'll live off the top a little bit here for that. But I like Interceptor Wing and Lethal Crackdown a lot, and Kalani's like one of the better cards in the deck. For Maul, we've got Private Manufacturing, Aggrieved Parliamentarian, 5-cost Droid Commando, Heavy Persuader Tank at 6, or Subjugating Starfighter 6, and Super Battle Droid for 3. This is not horrendous, and I think it's bad enough that we can make this work just by going turn 2 Parliamentarian. Heavy Persuader Tank's a good card in our deck, and try to get something else to resource with this Private Manufacturing. Yeah, Wartime Trade Official comes out for Newt, and then Maul's going to play the Parliamentarian, and Newt's just going to claim again. Draw Daughter of Dathomir and Vanquish. So we have no play this turn, which is pretty bad. So, going to ship this. Daughter Dathomir is kind of nice to have a little bit of restore here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And over here for Maul, we've got the Dwarf Spider Droid. My not so beloved, but it is a 4-drop, and so then this Ohm Series Officer, so we can dump our Private Manufacturing into the discard pile. So Newt is just going to attack the Wartime Trade Official into the Parliamentarian, try to start chipping away at it. Maul will play the Super Battle Droid. I think Newt just has to claim here, and then Aggrieved Parliamentarian is going to attack him for 2. And just let that trade happen. I could Overwhelm into this and then have deal 1 damage Overwhelm, but I think this takes more actions away from Newt on the Maul side of things. So here Newt draws a Multi-Troop Transport and Obedient Vanguard. The Vanguard, not a bad one. So let's dump the MTT. And ready up, and then over here we draw Devastating Gunship and Daring Raid, but we're just a long way away from 7 for that Devastating Gunship, so I want more options in the meanwhile. And so yeah, over here Newt I think is pretty easy to start with attacking Wartime Trade Official into the Parliamentarian, get a Battle Droid into play. So for Maul, it might be tempting to Overwhelm through the Battle Droid, but then Newt just gets to make another Battle Droid, so I think we just actually hit for 6 on the base here. So there's, ambient Newt value going on, I guess. And I will play this Vulture Interceptor Wing. Try to start managing things down on the ground. And Maul's going to jam the Dwarf Spider Droid. And that means a claim for Gunray, who draws 501st Liberator and a Headhunter Squadron. Headhunter Squadron, not going to be a factor here. And Maul will draw Strategic Analysis and Daring Raid. I feel like I don't want to be playing Series Officer against Newt Gunray, right? Like, these battle droids are always going to be around. This 2/1 is just never going to do anything. So even though Strategic Analysis is kind of poopy, I think there's some value here. All right, so Newt gets to start off here. Lethal Crackdown probably is what we want to start our turn with, and that's probably means getting rid of the Super Battle Droid here and taking 4 to our base for our troubles. This Dwarf Spider Droid has no problem and is somewhat incentivized with Maul to overwhelm, so we're going to hit for 2 on base, because I think all damage is dealt simultaneously in this game, I think. So it is a little weird here with Grit and Overwhelm. So we chomp through the Battle Droid. Use our last resource for Newt, playing Obedient Vanguard. And honestly, I think Maul is just going to draw 3 with Strategic Analysis and figure something out. He hit Reckless, Torrent, Volunteer Soldier, and Vanguard Droid Bomber. So now does Newt want to claim or attack? And because we've got this Kalani, I do think we are very explicitly supposed to claim here. And also we've taken 12 damage to our base, so we're scared. Draw Hailfire, Tank, and Merciless Contest. This Merciless is not as bad as one might believe. I actually don't think this Hailfire tank is quite what we need. And over here for Maul, we draw twice the Pride and Dendup's Loyalist, and we're just happy to get this Volunteer Soldier into our resource row, and we're on 6. Cool. Nice 7-card hand here. So for Newt, we've got this Kalani. And I've got 2 other units out, so we're just going to buff both of them right now. And this makes things slightly more complicated for the Maul player. But not that much, because I think the answer is still just whack for 4 at the base. But I think we'll just have the Obedient Vanguard attack into the Dwarf Spider Droid and clear that out. Let's start with a deploy of Maul, who is just very scary. And I believe the Interceptor Wing is going to attack for 5 at the base and then shrink Maul by 1 for this phase. And I believe Maul just hits in for 5 to the base, puts Newt to 21, and Newt's going to deploy. And here... What do we do? It's tough to twice the Pride for really aggressive value here. Don't really have a Separatist to set up the Droid Bomber dealing some damage. Reckless Torrent is very awkward versus Vulture Interceptor Wing. So I think I'll just play a Droid Bomber, I guess. And Newt Gunray is going to attack Maul. He's going to take 2 damage, and we're going to get a Battle Droid for our troubles. Newt Gunray only taking a bit there. And then I'll play a Dendup's Loyalist for Maul. Newt Gunray is going to claim. These debuffs are going to go away. And I think I'm just going to double Daring Raid to the base out of Maul. And put him to 25. And hope that that's enough of a problem. And it might be. But Newt Gunray has the initiative here. We've drawn 2 Merciless Contests. I don't believe the Super Battle Droid is necessary here. Oops. Let's do it like this and like this. And Maul draws Execute Order 66 and Execute Order 66 in a matchup with no Jedi. So excellent. Excellent. Those will go away. One of them at least. So the start here has to be I am now learning that Kalani is an on-attack trigger and not a when played. So everything that I did last turn was wrong. And I apologize because I imagine maybe one of the 8 people that are at this point in the video have made a comment. Not a comment. I don't really get comments on my videos. You have made a mental note about that being incorrect. And I do apologize for that. However, I think Newt Gunray's losing here anyway. So I think it's going to be okay. But Kalani's going to select 2 other units. It's going to be Newt Gunray and the Battle Droid to get buffed. And he is going to run into Maul and take 5 damage. And we're just not going to worry about whatever it was that happened last turn. Because I don't know what it was. And maybe you don't either. So this is awkward too now because the Reckless Torrent won't even kill the Battle Droid over here from the Kalani attack. So I believe Dendup's Loyalist is just going to hit the base for 3. And then the Interceptor Wing is going to clear out the Vanguard Droid Bomber and shrink it to only take 1 back. And then Maul is just going to play Heavy Persuader Tank and deal 2 damage to Kalani. So So Newt Gunray's got 4 power. This Battle Droid has 3 power as well from this Kalani buff. We're just playing it as it lays. I misplayed that Kalani turn, but like we're just here now. This is an interesting game. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't know. I don't have an excuse really. I just thought the card might be playable, you know. So we Maul is threatening to claim here. So Newt Gunray just has to send everything into the Heavy Persuader tank to get that damage across. And then Newt Gunray dies. We get a Battle Droid. Maul claims. And we have a board that looks like this. And we're set. Newt Gunray's passing. Still don't need this Execute Order 66 at all. And I don't even want to look at it. Don't even want to look at it, and we're at 8 resources for Maul. And Newt Gunray draws Patrolling AAT and Resupply, but Resupply does what it's supposed to do and just hangs out over there. I think I know we've got an option for more damage, but I think we just put Newt Gunray to 1 damage here. And yeah, I believe I will play the Patrolling AAT It's 5 for Newt. Drop in the Relentless Rocket Droid here. And then I believe we will Merciless Contest, lose our Battle Droid, make Maul lose Dendup's Loyalist. That's all the resources for Newt. And I guess I'll put the Holdout Blaster on the Relentless Rocket Droid, deal 1 damage to the patrolling AAT, and now that makes it so that this attack is lethal because it's 4 damage, or no, it's not lethal yet. But I guess Maul's going to do that. We're just going to claim here because we want to avoid some trickery, and then Maul's going to play Reckless Torrent for no discernible value, and then pass. Alright, so we can maybe Merciless or Separatist Super Tank comes into the equation, but we're at 7 damage, or 9 resources for Newt Gunray as we start with the initiative, and Maul draws Caught in the Crossfire and Dwarf Spider Droid, but we're on 8 resources. So we can't do both of those, but we can Twice the Pride and that. This is, again, very close. But I think the Vulture Droid is going to attack Reckless Torrent and shrink Relentless Rocket Droid here. So that way, if Maul played a Trooper, the patrolling AAT would still be able to trade into it. Instead, we've got instead it's actually like catastrophic for the Maul player yet again. We play the Dwarf Spider Droid, but the AAT can now come in and take 4 damage and kill the Relentless Rocket Droid, and survive. Maul can play Twice the Pride, so probably going to do Twice the Pride to get rid of the patrolling AAT. But now we've got like 9 resources here, and yeah, so we're just going to go Merciless Contest, sacrifice Droid Spider Droid, claim, and play 501st Deliberator, and use Newt, make a Battle Droid. Because both the Vulture and the patrolling AAT died that turn. And so then we pass. Alright, Hailfire Tank and Unlimited Power are the draws. So I think it's just gotta run the Hailfire Tank out there. Unfortunately, everything just continues to go badly for the... we could put the Separatist Super Tank away. Yeah, everything just goes badly here for Maul, as we've got the Vanquish. Just immediately clean this up. Maul claims again, takes 4 damage from these units, and then Newt Gunray will reprocess to put 4 units in your discard pile in a random order. So that's going to be the patrolling AT, Kalani, Vulture, Interceptor Wing, and Obedient Vanguard. Give these a little shuffle. But this just like puts the most power into play on the ground, and we still have access to the Subjugating Starfighter with Ambush. So I think this just helps us insulate the most from the most removal that we can see. And we draw Clone Cohort and Clone Heavy Gunner. So start with unlimited power, draw 2 as well here. Unlimited power for Maul is going to kill the Republic, the 501st Liberator, and 3 battle droids. But Newt Gunray just gets to go Droideka Security. Try to play Clone Heavy Gunner here. Play the Subjugating Starfighter. Maul claims. Attack for 2. Bring to 11. And then activate Newt Gunray, make another battle droid, and then pass. And draw Merciless Contest and Perilous Position. Take captive and Padawan Starfighter. Yeah, just not a way here to remove this Droideka Security. We can Perilous Position it, but we just can't get rid of the Sentinel here. But let's try and play it out. So it has to start with Perilous Position, I think. So we put that on the Droideka Security. Costs 5. We have 3 remaining. I guess we're not technically dead. We'll put 1 damage on the base. So this has 3 health. So the window here is we can put Clone Cohort here. And so now we've got 3 attack. We could overwhelm for that 1 point of damage. The problem is that we've got Take Captive here to capture the Clone Heavy Gunner under our Sentinel. This Clone Cohort just goes away. Maul has to claim. And then we'll go Padawan Starfighter, and I guess Grievous Reassembly, because we have 7 resources to do all of that. So the Subjugating Starfighter attacked. That's 3, 4, 5 plus these other dudes. We've got a battle droid from the Grievous Reassembly, and then we're passing. And Maul draws, takes 3 damage. We've got the Senatorial Corvette, I guess. So, no, that's not going to be enough. Yeah, is it? I don't... It just can't be, right? But it might be. Cool, actually, we have a little synergy here. We're almost down to the bottom of our text, so this reprocess can actually function with this foresight. We actually have, like, meaningfully closer information about that. But yeah, we're still on 10 resources here, and 9 here still 8 for Maul. And if we just deploy this Senatorial Corvette, there's just 4 power there to attack into it. But I believe that's what we have to do to try to win. And yeah, they're just gonna attack the Padawan Starfighter into it. Maul claims again. We'll play Confederate Courier. We'll put Foresight on the Droideka Security. Attack the Subjugating Starfighter into here. Trade No cards to discard. Activate Nuke Gun Rate. Get a Battle Droid. Attack for 4. And then attack for 2 with the Droideka, whatever. Then pass, and Maul takes 6. And Nuke Gun Rate still has cards to draw, although I guess we're just now hitting the bottom, thanks to... So we didn't necessarily need the reprocess, but it was kind of a cool factor there. So, Maul, my boy, are we just gonna be the 0 for 4? We're gonna be the bottom of the barrel? Believe that's how it is looking. But let me make sure all the cards go in the right spot here. This Perilous Position and the Clone Heavy Gunner are over here. None of these cards elsewise are in the wrong spot. But yeah, we'll see how Maul does in the last one. Okay, this is our last round with Maul, number 4. I'll see if he can do okay against this Padme Red Republic deck. Odds for Maul, evens for Padme to get the initiative, and Maul just continues to lose out on the initiative here. Padme's got a reasonable little curve here. This Hidden Sharpshooter at 6, not something we need for a long time. Heavy's a good 4-drop, so what is our worst 3-drop here? And I think it might be Reckless Torrent. Yeah, because I think the Arc 170 is just a better space unit and is going to just be more durable, even though the Torrent does offer some interaction. And over for Maul, we've got Senatorial Corvette, the other Clone Heavy Gunner, Volunteer Soldier, Hellfire Tank Twice the Pride, and Clone Cohort. And I think we're okay to take this one, to lose both of our 7 and 8 drops, essentially, and see what we're working with down here. So, Padme will start with the Clone Heavy Gunner, so will Maul, and Padme's going to claim. Draw Yularen and a Reckless Torrent. And I think I'm going to stick to my guns that Reckless Torrent is just not exactly where we want to be, although it is fine. Over here, we get Vanguard Droid Bomber and Daring Raid. So I think... I think we can lose the Volunteer Soldier. Don't believe it's exactly what we're going to be wanting to spend our whole turn on doing. And it's just a nice interaction for Padme. I think we just play the Batch Brothers, get a Clone Trooper in there, and Maul basically has no choice here but to attack the Clone Heavy Gunner into the first half of the Batch Brothers to keep from getting completely eaten alive here. And now Padme is just going to happily attack Maul's base for 1. And here, I think Maul gets an interesting opportunity. I think we're going to do Vanguard, Droid Bomber up in space, and then Daring Raid to kill this clone token. And try to apply some pressure. And Padme will claim. Passing after that, we've got Coruscant Guard and Steela. Yeah, I don't believe this is just going to be the game for Steela. Readying up everything there. Maul draws 2. We see a Subjugating Starfighter, but we're really just dumping all of our cards quickly, so I don't think we want to be holding on to that 6-drop forever. And so now, what does Padme want to do? This turn is probably just playing Yularen. Or no, playing heavy on 4 resources. So you gotta wonder about how does this go wrong for us? And I don't think it gets that bad, so I think we'll just start by playing it and then seeing how our future actions need to be molded. And Twice the Pride here, I don't think we really get to do exactly what we want. So I think we'll just play Dwarf Spider Droid to get our buff on Clone Heavy Gunner. And Padme's going to attack the base for 1. Clone Heavy Gunner is going to kill the other one. Padme will claim, and then we'll attack for 2 in space. And Maul actually not looking that bad. So we'll see how it falls apart for him this time. Heavy Persuader tank is interesting here. But I don't think it's what we want. We are trying to control the ground, but you need a little bit more in the meanwhile. And over here, draw 2. Oops, I didn't see that one. Merciless Contest and Caught in the Crossfire, but we're the go wide one here, so I think Merciless Contest is not what we're interested in. So here, what does Padme want to do? I think it's kind of nice to just clear out the Dwarf Spider Droid immediately. And now Maul gets to have some different decisions, but I think we'll start with Twice the Pride just to kill Heavy, or no, that immediately kills our Clone Heavy Gunner. I don't think we want that, so it's also kind of unavoidable. So perhaps that means we just attack our Heavy Gunner into Heavy and we lose our resource. We'll play Coruscant Guard, and then we'll stick the Clone Cohort up in space there on the Vanguard Droid Bomber. Two. Deploy Padme, because now we see with the Republic Arc 170 that deploying up there is not safe. This is going to hit Padme for 4. Deploy Admiral Yularen downstairs. Maul is going to claim now, and then Padme is going to attack for 2, restore 1, and then look the top 3 for a Republic card. There's only one. It's Anakin's Interceptor. Just go on the bottom, and then we'll be passing. Yeah, Twice the Pride is not really looking to be where we can get anything useful out of it this game. And draw 2 for Padme. This one's still down there. And I'll put back an Arc 170 because we've just got a nice 2-2-2-2 turn here. We could play 2 Arc 170s, but I mean, and also card advantage is like not really that's where Padme shines, so I don't know. Yeah, I think we just start by attacking for 4. This Caught in the Crossfire is not doing a whole lot right now. Padme, I think, is just going to attack base for 2, restore 1, and then see what our options are. You've got Armored Saber Tank as the only option. But a nice one to have here versus Maul. So now let's have Maul deploy. I think very reasonably the Padme player is going to put their Armored Saber Tank into play. And I guess I don't actually know how Caught in the Crossfire helps in this spot. I thought it would do more. I'm not doing a whole lot, actually. But Maul's got to get through here eventually. So we're going to trample over for 1. Go tonight and take 5 damage back. So who's going to bite the bullet on this one? I think it's just going to be the Coruscant Guard. Cleaning up the Maul. And like, yeah, none of this feels great. So I think we just play the Super Battle Droid. Yularen's gonna hit the base for 2 and restore 1. And then play Dendup's Loyalist over here, and then Padme claims. Yeah, none of this feels particularly good, but that's where they are. I keep drawing 3, I shouldn't, but it's fine. And draw 3 over. Oh, I have to think about this. Yeah, Republic Commando, you can go. And over here, we're on 7 now. Do I want this Droid Commando for anything? I think so. I think it's actually pretty good here. I think we don't even resource. Alright, so Padme doesn't have Coordinate right now, so they are pretty incentivized to like deploy something to the board, and I believe that thing being Pelta Supply Frigate is pretty excellent. And so now it's awkward for what's going on over here, but I believe we're going to pay 5, ambush in our Droid Commando. He's going to take 2 back no matter what. And I think we're going to ambush into Padme. Sure. She takes 4. So now Padme is a little bit more at risk. So she's going to attack Dendup's Loyalist, try to curb this board, go up to 6 damages, and now search with this, and we'll find that Republic Commando. Don't really want a Headhunter Squadron here. So I think the Dendup's Loyalist is actually kind of happy to trample over for 1 past Padme. And then from here, Padme is okay to finally drop this Grenade Strike to kill that guy, the space unit, get the Clone Trooper down here. And since we're getting the Clone Trooper, I think we're just going to Daring Raid the opposing Clone Trooper, try to keep off of Coordinate. And Yularen is going to come in here, restore 1, take 2, and then actually I think it would make sense for this battle droid to finally finish off Yularen. And it looks not bad for Maul, but it's going to get so bad in just a moment here. And Padme's going to claim in this mess. Draw 2, get Cody, Republic Defense Carrier. I think we don't even need Cody. That's just kind of a liability. So we go up to 8 resources. Padme's just so good at drawing cards. I don't think we need all that. So then we draw 2 for Maul. Who is... Right, I didn't resource that turn for Maul. But he's going to go up to 7 here. This Caught in the Crossfire is not getting there. I don't believe so. But Padme is just going to start off for 2 here with a horrendously devastating grenade strike to just ping both of these down. So Maul now kind of has to do a strategic analysis for 5s. Only got 2 left up to draw 3. It's going to be 2 execute orders in the so at least there's something to play. Padme's going to attack for 3, send him to 11. Play the Padme's got 6 resources here, so gonna go Republic Commando. Maul's gonna claim, then Anakin's Interceptor, and then activate Padme to draw this heroes on both sides, and then pass. And we're probably done activating Padme because there's not a ton of Republic units left. Yeah, we have cycled through the deck now. So Maul draws, Greed Parliamentarian, and Private Manufacturing. Going up to 8 resources now. And what do we do? I believe we just lose. Yeah, like hit the base for 2. And Public Commando's just going to get in there. Take 2 more on the way out. But I don't know if Aggrieved Parliamentarian is a May. Because let me tell you, if it's not a May, this is horrendous. I'm gonna, for the sake of having a decent game here, I'm gonna pretend that Aggrieved Parliamentarian can choose not to, because that would actually give the Padme player a good bit of gas here. But no, they're not even. We're not even playing the Parliamentarian. We're just running the gunship out there raw. I think that's just what we got to do, and. That's of course bad because we're just going to get it taken captive by this 6 toughness unit. And then Maul's going to claim. And so that was 3 out of 8. So we've got 5 remaining. So we're going to go Ryloth Militia, Arc 170. We're at 12. So not the threshold for Anakin's Interceptor, but we're still going to attack for 5. Put to 16 and then pass. Maul has the initiative. Heavy Persuader tank, perilous position, private manufacturing can go into here. So we've got 9 available. And over here we've got OC Sobek and Vanguard Droid Bomber. I don't believe we need heroes on both sides, although we're almost going to trigger it. So what does winning look like here? It involves Heavy Persuader tank coming down and I guess dealing 2 damage to Public Commando. Public Commando's going to hit the base, bring him to 18. Play the Aggrieved Parliamentarian, assume that it, or I'm at, no, yeah, I'm at 9 here, so I can do Parliamentarian and Heavy Persuader. Ryloth Militia is going to deal 3 more to the base. Maul is going to claim. Then we're going to OC Sobek, steal the Aggrieved Parliamentarian. Vanguard Droid Bomber is going to deal 2 more. And then we're going to attack for 5, 8 more, which is lethal. So, yeah, Maul fails again, catastrophically. Just, but he played fun games, so like I'm not that upset. I am like disappointed he didn't put a single win on the board, but like we played games, like we got down to the bottom of the deck on a couple of those, so he was able to drag it out, but and we got to have some like cool interactions with unlimited power. So it didn't feel like entirely unwarranted to be constructing the deck in that way. But yeah, that one, he did not get there. So that means Maul's time is at an end for this video. But let's see how Mace Windu continues on his way through the gauntlet. Alright, here we go. Round number 5, our first non-Maul round. Odds is Mace Windu, evens is Quinlan. Mace Windu gets it, the first odd roll of the day. And it's going to be an interesting matchup. Because I think Quinlan, obviously the aggressor here, and can definitely run away with it. Like, I think you put a Mace Windu's lightsaber on Quinlan, and I'm just really struggling to catch up on that one. So here, I don't think Obedient Vanguard and Clone Heavy Gunner are very good. Surprising, I know. And I think we've just got a lot of great early things to do on our turn here. Like we can just go Coruscant Guard into Resupply, or do some stuff with Daring Raid and 501st Liberator instead, depending on how the game is playing out. So this is just a great opening hand from Mace Windu. And over here for Quinlan, we've got Hot Shot V-Wing, Favorable Delegate, ETA Light Interceptor, and Mace Windu's Lightsaber. So this is a nice hand as well. I think the ETA Light Interceptor isn't with this lightsaber here. I don't think it's what we're playing on turn 5. And similarly, I don't think we have the Troopers for Relentless Rocket Droid with this hand. So I think we're okay to keep a bunch of cheap stuff and see how this plays out. And so Mace is just going to start with Coruscant Guard, play a Hot Shot V-Wing, and activate Quinlan, deal 1 damage to the guard, and then Mace Windu is going to claim. Draw Shakti and Vanquish. I feel like Shakti... I don't think we need this Vanquish. 7 is just going to be a little high to be holding on to it for so long. And over here for Quinlan, I've again drawn the wrong number of cards, but that's okay. We have Dendup's Loyalist and Favorable Delegate. I think I just chuck the Delegate, or the Loyalist, because the Favorable Delegate is going to do work here against this Coruscant Guard. So... yeah, so I think Mace Windu, you just see the writing on the wall, hit in for 3. We'll play Favorable Delegate over here, use Quinlan, ping, kill this, draw a card. It's ETA Light Interceptor. And then Mace Windu is going to hit that Resupply, which is pretty powerful on this more slower board. And then Hotshot V-Wing is going to punch in for 2. And Mace Windu is going to claim, and I don't believe it's worth to just throw away Daring Raid here, so we're not going to do that. Draw Phase 2 Clone Trooper and Headhunter Squadron here. So I think we just resource that Headhunter Squadron for Mace. So we're resourcing up to 4 here. And this ETA Light Interceptor is, again, just kind of the worst thing going. Start with an ambush at the Phase Clone Trooper here, I think. And you don't have a 3-drop to really like punish that with the Quinlan player. And instead our resources are a bit more awkwardly spread here. So I think we just end up doing Mace's Lightsaber on this. So he goes up to 7 health with 3 damage on him, so that's 4. So Mace Windu is no longer killing it with this Daring Raid to deal 3. So instead this Daring Raid is going to be targeting upstairs, and seeing the Doom on the horizon, Hotshot V-Wing comes in, Mace Windu finishes it off, and what do we do here? I think favorable delegate attack space for 3. Mace Windu claims. And then I think we go Soldier of the 501st and Daring Raid to finish this one off. And pretty interesting board that we've come to on the 5 resource turn. Quinlan, I went a little out of order here, but I think we just resource heavy because we're okay to go 5-5 with these two and then figure out something with Oracing. Don't believe we need to be using heavy that immediately. And then over here, we draw 2. We've got Grenade Strike and Huyang. So we're going up to 6 here. I think we'll lose Huyang because I think Shakti plus Grenade Strike is the move, and then 501st Liberator is going to be helping us out. But this favorable delegate is unkillable right now. It's kind of a problem. So, Mace Windu deals 2 damage to everything, so start with the Grenade Strike here. We do 5 and 1. Quinlan comes out. Shakti comes out. And so that's just all of the Mace players' resources. Here comes the Plo Koon. Kill Shakti. Takes, crucially, 3 back. Mace Windu just has to claim. He's taken 9. Or, excuse me, 8 here. So, it is messy. But there may be a way out yet. So, yeah, Mace Windu claims. 1, 2. Gosh, both of these help gain life, but 501st Liberators is probably going to be the better option to do that on an upcoming turn. Saw Gerrera is interesting here. Get a Clone Trooper and the Geonosis Patrol Fighter. Lose the Clone Trooper on 6 resources here. Okay, all right. So Mace Windu, how greedy do we get? I think we have to get pretty greedy. So we're going to deal 1 damage to Plo Koon. Plo Koon, now I guess this isn't actually greedy since it just results in the same damage. Plo Koon has to attack us for 6, otherwise they lose all of that. Mace Windu flips out, deals 2 damage to each damaged enemy unit. That's all of these. They all die. And there's a favorable delegate trigger to discard. I believe that's Geonosis Patrol Fighter. Quinlan's going to hit the base for 3. And Saw Gerrera is going to come down. Quinlan is going to play Senatorial Corvette. And now I think Mace has to claim again so that we can just kill Quinlan with the Saw Gerrera attack. We're not going to resource any of those. We're going to draw here. Ooh, that was mean. That's a mean draw right there. So you Saw attacks for 7. Kills Quinlan. But then we just get to breaking in for a cheeky little 7. A 7 attack here. Close out the game. Dang. That was such a good Mace Windu flip. Clearing out the pumped up favorable delegate, the Soldier, the 501st, and Plo Koon. Like, that was brutal. Oh, but Quinlan just continuing to be the Quinlan tempo machine. That was cool. That was a cool game. That was like, I never had done the math before, but like Saw just like immediately killing a 7 health leader. That's like actually pretty cool. Like, if we had ECL and no record, no Poe, like that would actually be kind of cool. Instead, this is the world that we live in, and Twilight of the Republic is not a particularly good set because it's not that the cards are designed poorly, right? It's just that the stats are just not there compared to every other Star Wars Unlimited set. So, yeah. Dang. All right. Mace Windu, 1-1. Quinlan, 2-0. Kind of means that Quinlan is our early front runner as we end the front half. I would say probably the best deck that we've got here. That Mace Windu's lightsaber is actually like so huge for making this deck more aggressive. And we've got like the Corvette, the breaking in. Like this is actually maybe this isn't too fun. Maybe this is just a very good Quinlan deck, but I don't know. It's cool. Okay. Round 6 now. We got Mace Windu versus Newt Gunray. Mace Windu decidedly middle of the pack, I think, for this sequence, and Newt Gunray probably, if I had to guess, the second worst. But we're doing the same thing we've done all day. Odds for this side, evens for this side to determine initiative. And that's even, so it goes over to Newt Gunray. Death by Droids, Lethal Crackdown, Wartime Trade Official, Confederate Courier, Grievous Reassembly, and Royal Guard Attaché. Royal Guard and Grievous Reassembly are just kind of the most difficult to use. Or not difficult, but like far worse 2-drops than these. Require more setup, require certain board states to be useful, and we've got just 2 fine 2-drops, so I think this hand's good to go. Over here for Mace Windu, we've got Grenade Strike, Headhunter Squadron, Admiral Yularen, 501st Liberator Resupply, and B2 Legionnaires. I like having B2 Legionnaires resupply into B2 Legionnaires. I like that a lot. Yularen's also just a good card here. So then I need to think about what 2-drop I want, and it's probably this Headhunter Squadron over Grenade Strike. Much as it kind of... maybe I gotta keep Grenade Strike over Admiral Yularen, just because I need my leader to do something. So maybe I do this instead. Yeah, that's probably a little bit more responsible. Alright, so... gonna have Newt Gunray start on Confederate Courier, because it puts more damage into play. Which is gonna be unfortunate, because we got Headhunter Squadron for Mace Windu. And then... Newt Gunray is going to claim. And Mace is going to pass after that. So draw. Got the 501st Liberator and Obedient Vanguard, but we're just going to play 2 cards on this turn instead. And over here, we're drawing Aura Sing and Subjugating the Starfighter. Subjugating Starfighter is not bad, but I don't believe it's part of us ramping here. So, we start off with just Confederate Courier, hitting a base for 2. And Mace Windu is going to have the Headhunter Squadron attack into the Confederate Courier. Dies, makes Battle Droid. We'll play a Wartime Trade Official. Mace Windu is going to resupply. Newt's going to play Obedient Vanguard. And then Mace is going to claim. Newt will pass. Only 1 unit was defeated that phase. Alright, so we've got a 7 and 8 here. I don't actually like Aura Sing that much here. I think that's going to be a bit more convoluted to set up. And I think the 7 for Vanquish will be good into Unlimited Powers, like actually going to be pretty nice in this matchup. And over here we're drawing Patrolling AT and Vanquish is just a lot better than Death by Droids. So, nice upgrade that we're able to make there. So Mace, I think, is just going to start off here with the B2 Legionnaires that we've ramped into for the Sentinel, which will be cleanly answered, I believe, by the Lethal Crackdown. I could trade into it here and get some like Newt value, but I don't think we wouldn't have anything else to spend resources on this turn, and I don't want to Lethal Crackdown this Headhunter Squadron, so we're just gonna kill that. Take 5. Headhunter Squadron's gonna attack for 1 more, and then we're gonna attack for 1. Mace is gonna claim, and then hit for 3 more up to 6. All. And we're on 4 and we're gonna pass. Mace still has the initiative here, so we're at we're at 5 right now, going to 6. I think we're actually gonna do this resupply this turn. We don't have a lot else impactful going on. So yeah, let's do that. And then over here we're drawing into, let's get the Separatist Super Tank in the resource row, and we might be involving some of these units soon. Okay. So what does Mace want to do here? I think we're just gonna start off by grenade striking to defeat the 2 battle droids here, and there's no leftover trooper for them to for the Obedient Vanguard to give a buff to. I'll play the patrolling AAT, resupply here for Mace, brings us up to the 7. And Newt Gunray is going to activate, make the battle droid again. So maybe that was a waste of grenade strike, but Mace, I believe, is just going to deploy here. And I think Newt is going to send both of these, the Wartime Trade Official and that battle droid, to the bin, but the Wartime Trade Official refunds the battle droids. I think we're just gonna, or no, wait. I'm sorry. I already spent my resources this turn. I'm getting ahead of myself. This is unfluked. I'm gonna hit the base for 1. Yeah. Yep. So Mace Windu will in turn attack back, take 4 damage, and now Newt Gunray is going to claim. Headhunter Squadron is going to come in for 1, and then we're passing. So Merciless Contest is kind of a weak one here. And with access to Vanquish, I just don't think we need it. We're going wide enough here. Steadfast Senator is not really the game that we're playing here, so, but we will go up to 8 so that we can cast this unlimited power over here on Mace Windu's side. So what are we doing here? I think we're going to have Wartime Trade Official crash into Mace Windu, deal the 1. I think Armored Saber Tank can come in here and kind of mess things up a little bit here, so I believe that's what we're going to do. And so then we'll have this battle droid run into the Saber Tank, deal 1 damage to it. I think Mace is just going to go base to 12. Newt Gunray is going to make a battle droid. And then I think Mace Windu is just going to, well, no, they're attack for 1. Let's deploy Newt Gunray. Now Mace is going to claim. Newt's going to run into the Saber Tank, take 5. Bring a battle droid with him, go up to 3 damage here. And then we're going to jam Kalani, which I think is going to be somewhat helpful here. And Mace has claimed, so now we're passing. I don't really want to spend any of these cards yet, so I think I'll wait on resourcing because this turn is relatively scripted for Mace. We're coming back over here and drawing 2, going up to 7. Don't really need the foresight here because things are just going to be dying. So it starts with unlimited power, which will be 4, 3, 2, 1. So kill 2 battle droids and Newt. Deal 4 to Kalani. So now Kalani is going to run into the armored saber tank and give this battle droid +2/+2. If I understand. Mace is gonna hit the base, go up to 6. Kind of unfortunate here because now the battle droid gets to trade into Mace Windu due to the Kalani buff. 1 damage coming across here. And we're on 7 resources, so we're just going to play our multi-troop transport for Newt, and then pass and... Or Mace Windu claims, and then we're passing. Okay. Here we'll drop the Soldier of the 5-0 first, so that we go up to 9 resources. And I think... I don't know. Saw Gerrera or Vanquish is kind of interesting here. I think I just want to Vanquish, though, and keep the MTT from getting out of hand. I did not draw cards for Newt. 1, 2... Let's get rid of the Hailfire tank. I don't believe we're tanking right now. Well, actually, I think my turn is just subjugating Starfighter and reprocess, so I don't actually want to resource anything because we're just fine on 7 here, so that's cool. Okay, started off Vanquish 4/7. MTT is dead. Now we've got 4 resources. We do not have the initiative, but we will finally kill this pesky Headhunter Squadron. Which does actually kind of mess up the Mace Windu turn here, so I think he's just going to pay 1 instead and deal 1 more damage here. And then we shall reprocess, put 1, 2, 3, 4 units on the bottom. Oh, no, this is the part I shuffle. These go into random order, and I get 4 battle droids. And then I believe Mace Windu is going to claim. And then we're passing because we did 3 and 4. Drawing. Can lose this Trade Federation shuttle because we're not really going to have damage units for very long here. Mace Windu is drawing Daring Raid and ETA 2, so I don't think we'll resource on 9 here. I think we're okay just kind of hanging out. But I will start by spending 1 to finish off this subjugating starfighter. And I'm just going to hit for 1 with a battle droid. Play a Saw Gerrera. Although the base does not have 15 or more on it. I think we're just going to drop in the Hailfire droid on empty. And then probably just a claim here for Mace. And I'm going to deal 3 to the base with these battle droids. Go to 11. Actually not 15. And then we'll pass after Mace is claimed. Clone Heavy Gunner here can easily go down, and over here another Hailfire tank and Droideka Security. I think we're okay sticking around on 8 here. So Newt is at 19. We do get to like threaten into attacks with Saw, but at the same time, like I think it's just a lot cleaner to get this kill this way, and we take 6 back. Letting the Hailfire tank stick around is just kind of rough for us. Although I guess let's think about that some more, because Mace Windu is specifically that if it deals, so Mace Windu actually does kind of wrap it up here tightly, so to make that Hailfire trade actually happen. So yeah, we're just going to do 6 to the base, go to 25 for Newt Gunray, and I guess that means I kind of want to vanquish Saw Gerrera. Finally use this Vanquish that's been sitting in my hand forever. Now what do we do? I guess we go ETA Light 2 Interceptor, and with this Republic Tactical Officer, we like put Newt Gunray in check, but I don't think the Newt player knows that, so they're just gonna jam 7 into the base, go to 18. Maybe Mace Windu will play a Coruscant guard here, and Newt's pretty happy to put 1 more into base. Now Mace Windu claims, and it's going to end up being 3 more into base to 24. And then exploit 2 battle droids to play Droideka Security for 2. Use Newt Gunray, refund 1 of them, and then pass. And so Newt's going to draw up over here. We've got a Sentinel on the ground, but none of that is going to matter because we've got this Republic unit in the air. They're at 25, and yep, Republic Tactical Officer comes in, hits Exacxes on Newt Gunray. 5 times 6 is 30. Yes, I can remember how to do some math. So close game, but Mace Windu pulled it out there. But Newt Gunray was like actually a little bit close to starting to turn the corner on that one. Good stuff. Okay, here we are. Mace Windu's final round in number 7 here. We've got a red-green hero mirror. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Mace Windu decidedly more about playing to the board, or like controlling the board. Padme about expanding her board. So it's feel like it's going to be kind of snowbally one way or the other. But odds Mace, evens Padme, and it is Padme with the initiative. So let's see what we got for a starting hand. Oh, listen, we got 2-drop into 3-drop, and maybe 3-drop activate. So definitely want this to be my curve of Militia, Arc 170, and then Torrent plus activate. What comes after that is either another Torrent, OC Sobek, or Heavy Persuader tank, but I think it's actually OC Sobek for that, right? Because he's going to come down a turn earlier than the doohickey and be exploiting, so I like this hand a lot. For Mace Windu, we've got Hu Yang, Soldier of the 501st, Phase 2 Clone Trooper, Coruscant Guard, Republic Tactical Officer, and Resupply. This is a good hand. I don't think Soldier of the 501st is part of this equation. Coruscant Guard is definitely our turn 1 play, but then we've got a lot of options here on how to play this. I feel like it's not Phase 2 Clone Trooper. I think if we're needing to get in on the ground damage, Hu Yang's going to do that better. And if we just give ourselves one choice between Hu Yang and Resupply, I feel like that's probably a better spot for our deck to be in, for Mace to be in. So Padme starts with Ryloth Militia. We crash in with our Coruscant Guard, and Padme claims. Drawing another Arc 170 and Clone Commander Cody. This is tougher. I'm okay with letting OC Sobek go now. We might be trying to pivot more to space. And then over here, we're getting 501st Liberator and the ETA Light Interceptor, but we're not really getting beaten down that quickly, so I think the Light Interceptor is more valuable for this. And here, I think Padme is just going to hit for 3, because I think we are the beatdown, building out our board and such. So it still comes back to we do Resupply or Hu Yang to facilitate this trade. And I think I just want to be resupplying, so I'm going to trade over here. Padme's going to play the Arc 170. It looks really nice in hyperspace. And Mace Windu's going to resupply, and Padme's going to claim. Draw 2. We've got Hidden Sharpshooter and Grenade Strike. Not really doing a whole lot of grenading on this board. And over here, we're drawing 2 Senatorial Corvettes and ETA Light Interceptor. So now I think I lose the Light Interceptor. As much as a bit of Restore is nice, because Senatorial Corvette is sick if we're playing a value game here. Padme did claim, so well, let's see. She started with, so she attacked for 3, Clone attacked in, played Republic Commando, Resupply, claim. Done. Cool. Just verifying that that's where it's supposed to be. So yeah, we will just rumble with our Arc 170. And Mace is going to drop in this Senatorial Corvette that's going to ruin our plans. And we'll play another Arc. No, we'll play the Reckless Torrent, because that's one that we want to have traded away more easily over on Padme's side. And then the Corvette's just going to claim here for Mace, and then we're passing. So Mace draws 2, resupply, but I don't think we're resupplying again this time. I think we got a nice pair of 6 drops to choose from, and just don't need too much more than that. Republic Commando and Take Captive. are the draws for Padme, and that's kind of interesting because like take captive is going to be pretty good on this senatorial Corvette, except for the part where we don't have initiative. So I don't actually know that that's true. So let's put hidden sharpshooter down for now. All right, so the Corvette will just start by eating the Arc 170, taking 3 damage back. And now here for Padme, I think we're going to play Cody, and Hu Yang doesn't save Senatorial Corvette, so I don't think we're going to do that. We're just going to play the Armored Saber Tank. Padme will deploy. We're going to claim here with Mace. And Reckless Torrent's going to attack for 4 to the base. And then Padme's going to attack for 3 into the Armored Saber Tank. And we're going to look at the top 3, grab a Republic card, and we've got Heavy and Armored Saber Tank. So which of those do we want more here? I think the Saber Tank is slightly more resource efficient and is going to help protect this Cody. So let's do that. And we have nothing to restore at this time. So, and Mace has claimed a while ago. So he's going to ready up here and draw. Hotshot Blaster, not irrelevant here, but not relevant enough either. And Padme's going to draw. Going up to 6 here. These are all just fine cards, but the Republic Commando is probably the weakest one. Alright, so how does Mace want to play it here? We have 7 resources. I think we're just going to clear Cody with the Saber Tank first, because I think that starts to make everything else, and that like makes Padme do something here, right? Because she needs to turn on Coordinate, and it kind of backs her into the corner. So here it's tough because like I can either deploy Mace. So we're thinking about what Padme's actions is here, but Mace has a lot of different reactions, so it's kind of hard. Like if you attack with Padme, Mace just attacks here. If you attack with Torrent, deploy Mace, kill Padme. Both of those are not good situations, so I don't really know what is the best there. Maybe just do the damage to the base. Let's go to 4 or 16. And Mace is at 7 resources. So the cool thing is like we can just like activate Mace to kill Padme. But I don't know that that's necessarily good. It's not really bad either. But let's try that and see where the night takes us. We'll just use that part to kill Padme. She's got 6 resources available, so Armored Saber Tank just getting gobbled up by Mace attack does not feel great. but I don't know what else to do because we've got some like space units that are just kind of medium here. And taking the Senatorial Corvette captive is like a very risky play. So maybe we do just have to deploy our Saber tank, hope for the best. And yeah, the Corvette's going to clear out the Reckless Torrent and make Padme discard a card, which I think is going to be take captive because we're just going to be falling behind a lot on board here. And then we're going to deploy Mace without anything. Padme's going to claim, play Saw Gerrera, use Mace to run through the Armored Saber tank, go to 5 health. And then, yeah, Padme's claimed, and now we're passing. So, cool. Yularen into Plo Koon here is going to be tough to beat. So I think we can just even get rid of this Subjugating Starfighter because we're dealing so much damage on the ground here. And going like Huyang Tactical Officer Yularen is just like very good. And over here we've got Relentless Rocket Droid and Batch Brothers, which is not an awful turn of events. So we're going to 7 here. So I kind of like our turn being Batch Brothers, Interceptors, Coruscant Guard. So what's going to be better after that is I think probably the Relentless Rocket Droid. So we're going to send the Arc 170 to the Resource Road, despite being a pretty good card. So, yeah, Padme's going to start with Batch Brothers. Comes with a Clone Trooper. And, never mind, actually. I'm going to do that differently because Mace Windu's at 16, so the Saw Gerrera that's in play is just actively a huge liability for this. So the Batch Brothers is actually going to be the one that gets resourced here. Because we can't just put a 1 toughness thing into play on the ground. That's just not going to... paying 3 resources for a Clone Trooper is not a good use of our time. So instead we start with an Arc 170 in space. And Huyang's going to come down and buff Mace Windu, which is going to throw all of this out of whack for this Coruscant Guard trying to come in. So we're going to play our Interceptor up in space as well. And then Republic Tactical Officer is going to come in. Mace Windu is going to attack for 9. Coruscant Guard is going to attack Mace Windu and put him up to 8 with ambush. Because we do have some like grenade strikes in here that could try to salvage this. And Mace is going to play Admiral Yularen to ruin all of those hopes and dreams. Padme is going to claim, and then Saw is just going to attack in for another 6 here. Put to 15, and then Padme has the claim. Okay, so there's some hope. Not a whole lot. Not much in the hope department, but it's some of the things are coming together. Okay, so Plo Koon is in here, ETA Light Interceptor, and Clone Heavy Gunner. We are at 8 resources here. Yeah, because we went 3-3-2 last turn. So oddly enough, I think we're just going to dump our Restore unit as we race, just because this Plo Koon's going to be backbreaking on what's already falling apart. Yeah, none of this actually really matters from Padme, right? Like, we attack for 4. Mace to 22, but then Mace attacks for 7. And it's a 22 here. And just none of this stuff deals with anything on the ground, so there's just 6 more into whatever. I have to deploy something before Padme can even draw something. So yeah, it's all over, and it's in favor of Mace Windu. So Mace extends to a 3-1 record, which is pretty nice. And I thought his deck was pretty cool. Saw Gerrera was pretty impressive. Not that it's a card that I thought was bad, but like it looked really good. For sure. But Padme also had some cool stuff there. Like I thought that opening hand was playable, but double resupply also kind of just horrifying. Where it's like, yeah, Padme didn't do anything bad, but like double resupply into using all of the resources every time is just like, versus like a pile of rares and like good splashed uncommons. It's like, yeah, that's just tough. Not enough early aggression to really punish that, since Mace was able to trade turn 1 plays pretty effectively. So yeah, that's Mace is retired now, and see what we got up next. Okay, game number 8, we've got the interpool battle between Quinlan Voss and Newt Gunray, both made out of the same pool, but opposing colors, opposing heroes and villainy aspects, so they didn't really steal too much from one another. But as we've been doing, odds for Quinlan, even for Newt Gunray, and it is Newt Gunray who gets to go first, so he will take the play. And with a weird hand here. Foresight's kind of a tough one. I don't feel confident playing that. Royal Guard Attaché is kind of a weak one to start with, but maybe with Merciless Contest we can cook something up, and then Kalani, so maybe we just say goodbye to these two and try to work this out. I'm okay with that. Quinlan gets Phase 1 Clone Trooper, Hidden Sharpshooter, Soldier of the 501st, Genos Patrol Fire, Caught in the Crossfire, and a Lux Bonteri. Well, Lux is just better than Phase 1 Clone Trooper by a lot, and I don't think Caught in the Crossfire is going to be great versus all these battle droids. So I think we can let some of that go for the time being. And yeah, so Newt Gunray has the initiative, and I think you just run out the Royal Guard Attaché here. Not as afraid of Quinlan without Tarkin Town, but Quinlan will get a ping off here with Lux Bonteri, and Newt will claim in response, because this is just a great opening for Newt. And yeah, they're passing. Alright, Newt gets Subjugating Starfighter and Confederate Courier. I think we'll lose the Courier here, because I feel like this Merciless Contest is going to be decent. And it might be, because this is a heinous hand from Quinlan. Relentless Rocket Droid's not really going to have the troopers to stick around. So yeah, Royal Guard Attaché is going to make the trade immediately. Quinlan's going to play Soldier of the 501st, which does not feel good. Newt's not too excited about the Merciless Contest here, but Quinlan claims and wastes 2 resources, and that's just pretty good for the Newt player. So they draw Daring Raid and ETA 2. I think we lose the ETA 2. We've got enough 5-cost plays. And over here, Daughter of Dathomir and Vulture Interceptor Wing. Am I arrogant enough to lose this lethal crackdown now? I think I might be. That's a good number of units in many arenas. So Here, Quinlan, I think, might be comfortable just passing, seeing what they do, and Newt, I think, is, I don't know, it depends how aware we want to say we are of certain things. This is an awkward part. Usually, I think most of this gameplay goes pretty good, but like, do you play around hidden sharpshooter here is like kind of a weird question. It's very specific, but it's a common in Quinlan's color, so it's like very reasonable. But like, how much would this be on the Newt player's mind? Difficult question. Me personally, I would say, yeah, Newt players at an even life total, like, yeah, just run stuff out. If they're making trades, it's great for you. And Hidden Sharpshooter is going to do just that with the Quinlan ping. And then Newt will claim. Headhunter Squadron and Obedient Vanguard. Obedient Vanguard squeezes into the curve, so we like to see him today. Prisoner of War and Geonosis Patrol Fighter. Don't need the second patrol fighter, I do not believe. Here I'll start with the Subjugating Starfighter, making a battle droid off for rip. And Quinlan, I believe, starts with a deploy here. I'll play Obedient Vanguard for Newt. And now what's Quinlan going to do? It cannot Prisoner of War the Subjugating Starfighter. So it's Senatorial Corvette or Geonosian Patrol Fighter. There is a 4-power unit in play, or a 3-power unit in play versus 4 health, so I feel like this Corvette is just pretty good. And then we're going to ping the Obedient Vanguard, which will pump this battle droid. And I think Newt just claims here, and Quinlan attacks base for 3. And then passes after that. Yeah, I think we can lose the Vulture Interceptor wing here. We might be losing Kalani here, which sucks, but that might be okay. And over here we're drawing Dendup's Loyalist and Orasing. Orasing is a Dendup's Loyalist, on the other hand, go into the discard, I think. No. Daring Raid is worse here. Because we might go like Prisoner of War plus Dendup's Loyalist, and having a ping is nice on a token. Alright, so Newt Gunray has the initiative. So this Merciless contest is just trading the battle droid for the Senatorial Corvette, but it's also just like costing me a lot. I don't really like that. So I think I'm just running the battle droid into Quinlan as my first action. Geonosian Patrol Fighter doesn't have anything to bounce. Prisoner of War can't capture anything. Dendup's Loyalist is kind of whatever here, so I think it's just fine to make this decent combat maneuver with the Senatorial Corvette and take out the Subjugating Starfighter. So here Newt is going to play Kalani, and this will get Prisoner of War. So that's going to go under Quinlan. And I don't get the battle droids because it did cost more. Newt's going to make a battle droid. Quinlan's going to play Dendup's Loyalist to defeat the battle droid. Then Newt's going to deploy. Quinlan's going to attack base for 3. Newt's going to attack Quinlan for 2, take 3 damage in retaliation, and get a battle friend. And Quinlan actually gets to claim in all that mess. And passes. We can lose a Trade Federation shuttle, I guess. We're at 7 here. And Quinlan draws Padme and Breaking In, both fantastic. But I think Padme is not really part of the equation right now. Despite being pretty good versus tokens and some of the other stuff going on here. Alright, so what is happening here first? I think it's just going to be Aura Sing, kill a battle droid with Quinlan. And on the other end of the spectrum here, I think we're going to have Subjugating Starfighter crash into Senatorial Corvette. Unfortunately, does not get a battle droid this time. And unfortunately, we do have to discard a card, but I think that card is just going to end up being multi-troop transport. Quinlan's going to attack base for 3. Newt Gunray's going to Merciless Contest, so that'll clear out the Dendup's Loyalist here. And then Quinlan's going to claim. Newt Gunray's going to attack Quinlan again with the Battle Friend, and then pass. Drawing Clone Dive Trooper and Bold Recon Commando, not resourcing on 7 here, and Newt Gunray draws Wartime Trade Official, and the Hailfire Tank. Hailfire Tank's something here. Gosh. What do we do now? So we're at 7 resources for Newt. Battle droid's unlikely to live. So I think we might unfortunately have to resource the Wartime Trade Official so that we can guarantee to get our Hailfire Tank in here. Although I guess... Yeah, I think we have to do it this way, because if they... Yeah, and it's not a huge deal, because we'll be making more tokens in the future, but... Quinlan's got the initiative here, and I think that starts with just playing a Clone Dive Trooper to... Well... I guess Newt Gunray's kind of getting this kill any way you slice it. Hold up, let me take this back, right? We can still be in this stage. Yeah, I don't think we have to do this, because nothing that Quinlan does on this first action is stopping Newt Gunray from trading into him, right? I can't deal 2 damage, or unless like I'm... I guess Aura Sing can attack into Newt Gunray. And with Overwhelm, that might be pretty good, actually. So maybe that's what has to be happening here. And then in that world, I've got this 1 battle droid. And do I just drop the Hailfire Tank in? How does that feel for me? That's... Yeah, I guess that's basically the same.
Or yeah, I need to do this because this battle droid is not really going to be able to. Well, now the Aura Sing attack into Newt Gunray is kind of scripted here. So the battle droid lives. I Hailfire tank for 6. Keep the wartime trade official in my hand. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. Okay, let's rewind it a little bit. Yeah, so Aura Sing attacks. I've got 2 health, so I'm going to take 5 overwhelm. And Aura Sing takes 2 damage. Sorry, that was a little messy. Starting to lose mental capacity here. So the Quinlan's in play, so I have to do this immediately. But I can, for 6 resources, get this Hailfire tank into play. Now they're on 7 resources. What do they want to do about it? None of these pings are going to be able to affect it with Quinlan. It's pretty easy for Newt Gunray just to be claiming here. So what do you do in the meanwhile? And I think it might just be Clone Dive Trooper, Geonosis Patrol Fighter. Yeah, Newt Gunray claims immediately, and then 3 to the base with Quinlan, and then passing. Okay, patrolling AAT and reprocess. I think we pretty easily now resource so that we can cast all of those this turn. So these are readied over here, and what are we drawing here? We draw Mace Windu's Lightsaber and ETA-2 Light Interceptor, both of which are fantastic pump spells here, and probably was going to win Quinlan this game. And I'm at 17 here. Yes, I don't think they have to resource at all. What do I have under here again? It was the Kalani, right? Yeah, Kalani's under there. So it doesn't have any immediate impact. I think in the real world, I would, put patrolling AAT into play here. This is really bad because Aura Sing just gets to break in here for 9 to base. So 6, 7, 8, 9 with the Saboteur, and that's like really bad. So now the Hailfire tank's trying to figure out what to do, right? And that's probably gonna kill Quinlan for the harm reduction. Get our Kalani back. Geonosis Patrol Fighter is going to attack in space. Newt Gunray has to claim here or else they die in space. And then Quinlan gets to deploy another space threat. And we don't need to expend our Clone Dive Trooper. And then they'll just pass. And yeah, that's that's not gonna be it. So Newt Gunray, not even really particularly close, I could say, because we're dying with 0 damage on base. But at the same time, we played a game there. A game was played. There was choices made. This Quinlan deck's actually pretty good, I think. Unsurprisingly, pump spells good with Quinlan. Just a good tempo leader. But yeah, let's see how Quinlan does in his final round. Okay, here we go. Round number 9, last one for Quinlan. Let's see if Padme can stand up to him. Odds for Quinlan, even for Padme. That's a 1, so Quinlan gets to start. Crossfire, Phase 1 Clone Trooper, Heavy, Senatorial, Corvette, Aura, Sing, and Daring Raids. This is kind of an awkward hand. Because we've got a lot of good top end, but like nothing to do. I think I keep this and just hope for something on turn 2. And just take the Phase 1 Clone Trooper because the 4, 5, 7 there is just very strong. It's something I'm interested in. So Padme over here gets O.C. Sobek, Reckless Torrent, Bactoid Spider Droid, Grenade Strike, Batch Brothers, and Admiral Yularen. I think Grenade Strike is just going to be good enough as a turn 1 play. And then Batch Brothers, Yularen are nice to have after that. And then probably O.C. Sobek is going to be a more reliable thing at helping extend this game. And Reckless Torrent and Bactoid Spider Droid can go hang out over there. So, Quillen's going to start with a Phase 1 Clone Trooper. Or, yeah, I think they would start with that. I would probably just be playing it out there. Because it's like actually kind of interesting, because if they just pass, I think Padme's like so okay to claim here, but I don't think that's... Hell. Now that I say that, it's like I think as a Quinlan player, because you have nothing to do on turn 2, you do actually probably pass in this situation, and then Padme claims. So I think that's actually what the real world answer here is. Not just to be snazzy, but like you want to posture it a little bit as Quinlan there. So we'll draw Coruscant Guard and Relentless Rocket Droid. The Rocket Droid's probably going away because Quinlan's going to be good at controlling our board. And then over here, Quinlan is drawing a Lux and Dendup's the Loyalist. And I think the Loyalist is the weaker of those cards. And, well, no, actually I think Lux is, well, I don't believe there's any Republic synergy over in this one, so the Clone Trooper is just worse than Lux. But the Loyalist is actually going to be pretty good versus Clone Troopers, which is specifically not exactly what's coming out right now. It's just going to be Ular. Backtracking a lot of the stuff here, but that's okay. And yeah, of course, in the face of a Ular, we're just playing the Loyalist. We're not running our Lux Bontaria out there. And then Padme gets to claim. Draw Republic Commandos in 2s. And this Grenade Strike does not seem particularly palatable at this time. And over here we're drawing Prisoner of War and ETA2, but like has been many a case, ETA2 just the worst 5-drop, and we've got a lot of good 5-drops in this deck. This Quinlan deck. So okay, so Padme's looking here. What are we trying to do? Like Batch Brothers is the thing I want to do to try and get coordinate on, but that's just bad into the Dendup's Loyalist. The token gets to survive the Loyalist attack, but the Batch Brother himself just becomes a 2/2 with Yularen's buff. So I think I'm just going to start with a Republic Commando, because I think my play is a bit scripted either way once I identify I'm not doing Batch Brothers, and this leaves me the option to either attack or claim immediately if I want to be slower. And Quinlan here, Prisoner of War is a little too aggressive here for my liking, so I think I'm just going to deploy heavy. And it's kind of tempting with Yularen to try and attack heavy here, but I think that puts a little too much risk into getting blown out by a single ping from Quinlan, so I think the attack here is into just the Loyalist. And I don't know what the Loyalist wants to do now, but I kind of want to claim for Quinlan, to be honest. So we're gonna do that because I don't feel great about this attack here. So, yeah. We're gonna lose another Republic Commando because that card's just kind of mediums. And over here we draw Breaking In and Caught in the Crossfire, which are gonna be pretty good next turn. So we're on 5 resources here. I don't think we're racing enough for this Breaking In. I don't think this is the Breaking In game. We're kind of struggling to maintain the board right now. All right, so we're both on 5 resources. Have extra cards in hand because of how turn 1 went. It's been a funky one already. So what are we doing? Quinlan has the initiative. We don't have Coordinate. We could just like kill you, Lauren, outright. Yeah, let's deploy Quinlan. Now it's even less clear what I want to do from the Padme side. I don't know. I guess just clear the Loyalist with their Republic Commando. Seems reasonable. So now Quinlan gets to attack and take out Yularen, which is not good for Padme. Let's have Padme deploy. Quinlan's going to play Senatorial Corvette, and now we get a ping trigger. I believe that ping goes to Padme because now Heavy threatens to kill her. So we got to do something about that. And I don't know what that is. I think it might be sacrificing Republic Commando for O.C. Sobek. I don't love that. Feels like a weird play, but I think it's one that I'm doing here. So the Republic Commando gets exploited. O.C. Sobek goes over there. And now Quinlan just claims, and Padme attacks the base for 2, but has... Or does she attack the base for 2? Or does she attack Quinlan? Because we're not really... Yeah, let's attack Quinlan here. So she's at 4. So Quinlan wants to just immediately trade with Padme. I think that's fine. All right, so we draw... Over here, Soldier the 501st and Disaffected Senator. Disaffected Senator is definitely not for right now. We need to be contesting this board for Quinlan. And over here, we draw Anakin's Interceptor and Clone Commander Cody, both of which are excellent. Oh, I don't... This Interceptor's a long way away from mattering. So I think we can send that for the time being. So now Quinlan has the initiative. We can Caught in the Crossfire to kill Padme and deal 3 to OC. That's like pretty good here. But it's also our whole turn. So is there another option here? Quinlan can Prisoner of War OC Sobek. And then then we'd get our Heavy back and be causing some problems. Can trade with Padme, but I don't think that's particularly good for me, but it's also not particularly bad. if we do Prisoner of War, we also get to deploy Lux Bonteri, which can trade, but like if we Prisoner of War, Padme just immediately attacks in, and then it's just Osi Sobek versus Heavy on the Ground, which is like not bad, but I spent 4 resources and a card to do that. That doesn't really feel like advancing my game state, you know? It's just kind of shuffling things around, and then like Padme's got 6 resources to do stuff with, so I don't like that. So I think I am just gonna catch in the crossfire here and try to winnow away the board. So Osi's gonna take 2. No, this is so bad as well. No, I'm not doing that. I won't do it. Padme's at 4. I think I'm just making the trade with Quinlan and Padme. It's very ugly, but I don't know. Don't like the looks of any of that. So on 4 resources here, I'm going to pay Heavy. Caught in the Crossfire continues to like not do much here because now it's just they're just bouncing butts off of each other. So we're going to play Lux Bonteri. And Lux is just going to get eaten by Osi. To 3 here. Senatorial Corvette will attack for 5. Coruscant Guard's going to come down. Soldier of the 501st is going to come down. Well, no. Now we got a friendly unit captures an enemy non-leader non-vehicle unit. Okay. So the Lux thing was not as bad as it sounded. Okay. All right. Now we're Prisoner of War. Senatorial Corvette can capture a non-unit thing. So now we capture Heavy. And now Padme claims. Not a terrible spot. Okay, that's a lot better. 1, 2 for Padme. Going up to 7 here. I think we can lose the Batch Brothers. And over here, we're drawing 1, 2. Want to go to 7 resources here. I don't believe the Relentless Rocket Droid is going to survive long enough to be extremely relevant. Alright, so Padme, what's the first move here? I think it's I think we're going to do Armored Saber Tank to try to protect Osi. This is going to fail because I'm going to catch in the crossfire here. Osi and Coruscant Guard are going to trade with each other. Heavy comes back. Padme has no other play, so it's just going to claim. And then I'm going to play Soldier of the 501st and then hit for 5. And pass. Steel is not it right now. That I feel confident in. Okay. So we're on 7 resources here for Quinlan. Could go up to 8 by resourcing Aura Sing and just try to dump the rest of my hand and figure it out. I don't really like that, though. I think we're just going to stick and go 4 and 2 or play Aura Sing. I feel like that's a better use of my time. So we're on 8 resources here. 3 units for Quinlan. So this Republic Defense Carrier can just come into play. And I think that's probably pretty good to just lock out that Senatorial Corvette up there. So what does that mean for down here on the ground for Quinlan is, I believe, you can just have heavy trade here. Padme claims. Play Aura Sing, attack for 2, go to 16, and now we've got, now we're going to try to really tempo with Aura Sing and see where that takes us. Padme's claimed here. That Vanguard droid bomber is somebody else's. No, it's not. No, this was here. This is a red deck. Nope. It's this hidden sharpshooter. Hidden sharpshooter is the one that's out of place, but it is splashed. I do recall that part. So I'm on 9 resources here. I don't think that the Vanguard droid bomber is a part of this equation. And over here we draw Geonosis Patrol Fighter and Bold Recon Commando. So we're sitting on 7 resources. How much does going to 8 change things? Kind of significantly, but these are also all like good cards, so I'll lose the Bold Recon Commando, I guess. So that we can just like play out all of this. Yeah, okay. What's the rest of going on here? Padme has the initiative. I believe we just kill the Corvette, get back heavy, and discard. We've got 9, so I think we discard the droid bomber. Also not a huge factor here, and we take back 5 damages. Or Sing, I believe, will attack for 7. Go to 19. Hidden Sharpshooter is going to come down for 6. Kill this and take 1. Our Hidden Sharpshooter's going to crash in over here for Quinlan, take out heavy, ping this Hidden Sharpshooter, and Aura Sing gets pinged by the opposing heavy dying. Padme plays Republic Arc 170, and I guess Quinlan's going to play Padme. Padme herself will claim, and then we'll play Creative Thinking just to get a clone trooper out there. And then we'll pass. Staying on 9 here for Padme. Kind of stabilizing, but kind of not. And over here we're remaining on 8 and drawing Reckless Torrent and Geonosis Patrol Fighter. Okay, alright, so Hidden Sharpshooter is going to start by dealing 4 damage to Aura Sing to try to set up a grenade strike. As a result, Aura Sing is just going to hit for 7 and present lethal. So Now Padme goes kill Clone Trooper and the Aura Sing with this Grenade Strike. That's pretty good. Cost 2. So we don't get to play both other cards in our hand this turn. Pay 5 to Geonosis Patrol Fighter and bounce Republic Arcwing. Arcwing 70. I think this Sentinel is going to kill the Patrol Fighter. And I'll play the Hotshot V-Wing. And over here, Padme's going to play the Arc 170. Quinlan's going to claim. Padme plays another Arc 170 and then passes. So let's see. Patrol Fighter and Bold Recon Commando are the draws for Quinlan. And over here, it's Reckless Torrent and Pelta Supply Frigate. Padme just feels like she's running out of time, but she's she's so close. So yeah, the Hot Shots is going to attack for 4. Arc 170 here is going to clear it. Take 2. And I think here's the part where it just all kind of falls apart. Is Padme just attacks Padme for 1, and I don't know if we can clear. I think like our 1 Sentinel was already there, but I feel like Quinlan's going to get it here regardless, because if Padme claims, he just dumps out a bunch of units here, and present, like, we can go Geonosis and Patrol Fighter, bounce here, Reckless Torrent, trade with the other one, and so then I've got Patrol Fighter and Padme, and like I'm asking to have lethal and or Sentinels in both zones. Not really something that happens. I guess I don't even have to do this with Reckless Torrent. I can just Quinlan ping the one. Or no, that's 2 health. I do have to Torrent it. And Torrent itself. Yeah, none of these things really set up defense as well, so I guess we'll play, or I guess we'll claim, right? We have to claim here. And see, I don't think there's anything here, so Troll Fighter bounces this Reckless Torrent. We get Coordinate with it, so it'll trade here and here. And then Padme's got to figure it out. We drop in and Ryloth Militia. So that's a no-go. And the other card we would have seen with the Padme trigger was Clone Heavy Gunner. So even if we had done some stuff to like turn on Coordinate and then activate Padme, we're not cleaning it up that turn. So, sick game though. This Quinlan deck was awesome. And the Padme deck certainly grinded well, but I'm also wondering maybe this Padme deck needs to be more than 30 cards. Because we're like hitting the bottom and like kind of running out of gas. Like that's the second time in 3 games. So I might have misbuilt it in that way, but because I recall there were cuts that we made to that deck. It was many hours ago now, but I think there were cuts there, so I think that one has the potential to be built a little bit better, but I just kind of want to play it out at this point, see how things go. So we've got one final round to go, and we'll see if Padme can salvage a winning record out of this. So, yeah. All right, here we go for the last round. We've got Newt Gunray versus Padme. Both of these decks are 1 and 2, so really fighting for a lot of dignity here. So, odds Newt, evens Padme. It's going to be Padme getting the start here. Got Yularen, Steel, Armored Tank, and Bactoid Spider Droid. Headhunter Squadron really saving this draw to make it even remotely considerable. And I think I am going to keep this. But what do we do with it? I think we take it and just dump the expensive cards. Lose Armored Saber Tank and Bactoid Spider Droid. It really stinks. But, like, I think that's... Like, Cody's really good. Steel is really not. But I kind of need something at that point on the curve. And this can put together a reasonably aggressive start. So, let's try that. Newt Gunray, on the other hand, we've got Patrolling AT, Droid Echo Security, Subjugating Starfighter, 501st Deliberator, and Merciless Contest. I'm actually, I think, okay with this. And I'll put back the Liberator and the Super Tank because we can just go turn one claim with Merciless Contest and then have a reasonable start from there. So, let's do it. So we've got the Headhunter Squadron. This will be the saddest Merciless Contest ever, as Newt Gunray claims. Vanquish is nice. But I don't think this Wartime Trade Official is going to be hitting play for that much. So we're going to just... Oops. Padme draws heroes on both sides and Republic Defense Carrier. The heroes on both sides is just not going to be relevant for a long time, if ever. Merciless Contest comes down, Headhunter Squadron goes away, Admiral Yularen gets played by Padme, and Newt Gunray claims, and we're moving on. Padawan, Starfighter, and Foresight. And maybe there's a world where I do Foresight, but both of those are destined for the resource row. And over here, we got Take Captive and O.C. Sobek, which are very similar, so I think we're just, Take Captive has to go over here, which is unfortunate because that's one of three tactics, right? It's the grenade strikes that are also here for Steela. So we start like that. And Newt Gunray, I believe, is just going to play a Subjugating Starfighter, get a Battle Droid, and Padme's going to play Steela, do the 2 damage because we can restore right now. And I look at the top 8. That was 7. Oh no! So yeah, no hits here, but that's okay. It's more likely the next one will hit. Newt Gunray's going to claim, and Yularen's going to come across here, heal 1, and I think just kill the battle droid before it can get any value and take 1 damage back, and then pass. Over here we've got Headhunter Squadron and another Subjugating Starfighter, but I don't think the Headhunter is also a factor for this one. Unfloop. Draw over here. I can let go of this O.C. Sobek, I think. Because we're kind of getting to the point where, well, no, we're winning this ground game. We're not worried about space with this deck. So this Republic Defense Carrier, we've already kept enough of the battle droids in check that kind of window is sort of gone, if anything. And I believe we're just going to drop in our Patrolling AAT. And Padme is going to drop in Clone Commander Cody, which is just going to ruin this game. And kind of make it a steamroll. Subjugating Starfighter will attack for 3. Padme deploys. Newt Gunray claims. Steela is going to attack into patrolling AAT and trade. Am I going to deal 2 damage? Sure, let's deal 2 damage to myself. Let's live on the edge. Let's try to find a grenade strike. And we do. Grenade strike goes into hand. That was our 5 resources there. So then we're going to attack for 6 to the base, restore 2. And now we've got a Padme trigger to go 1, 2, 3. Draw this Reckless Torrent. And pass. So this is dire straits for Newt Gunray. Obedient Vanguard, not necessary here, I don't think. Reckless Torrent and Arc 170s. I don't need this Clone Heavy Gunner, I don't think. I think we're going like double 3 drop this turn and figuring it out from there. Yeah, I guess I think from Newt Gunray, we just got to get rid of. We got to get rid of Cody immediately. That card's doing so much work right now on this board. Spending 5 for that. So now Padme has to actually do something to progress the game. And I believe that's going to involve this Arc 170 getting in the air. Now we attack base for 3. Padme's going to attack base for 2. Restore 1. Excuse me. We've got a trigger here. It's between Bash Brothers and Coruscant Guard. I think I'll take the Coruscant Guard. Got enough 3 drops here. That'll be nice to double up next turn. Now Newt Gunray has to deploy. Play Reckless Torrent. Deal 2 here and 2 here. Newt Gunray's going to attack Padme. They're going to bump uglies. Just kind of bounce off of each other. Already did all 6 of my resources up there. So Yularen's is going to come in and also chow down on Newt Gunray. Whittle his giant health pool down. And then Newt is going to play Foresight, and I don't know what I'm going to name. Because I've drawn like both of the Subjugating Starfighters and one of the 2 Merciless contests, so everything is just a 1-up at this point. And then Padme's going to claim based on all that. And then we're passing. Gets to draw heavy. Another Arc 170. Yeah, Republic Commando's not a important part of this game anymore. But he's a fine curve filler the rest of the time. Oh, and so I have to make my name with Newt Gunray. What's the card that's going to help me the most out of here? Droideka Security and Patrolling AAT are already accessed, so this is the tough part when you build 5 decks right in a row. What was in this one? Like, I remember Kalani's in here, but it's okay. So let's say Kalani. This Daughter of Dathomir is the card. And so then we'll draw that one and resupply. Resupply your services are not needed. And it's Padme's prerogative. So I think there's an easy attack for 3 here. No, not an attack for 3. Clean up the subjugating starfighter for free. Oh no. I have no idea what it was at before, so let's say 6 for the interest of a clean game. I don't know. I just threw the dice accidentally into each other. I can't remember what was on the base here. So we're just gonna say 6 since Padme's way far ahead anyhow. Okay. So over here we're gonna just drop our little. I think we'll sacrifice this battle droid token and do 4 for droideka security. Makes for some problems over here. Only kind of, because then we're just going to OC Sobek for 6 and steal the droideka. So now Newt Gunray doesn't know what he's going to do about that. It's going to Grievous Reassembly, though, to heal 3, make a battle droid. Was trying to do that for the droideka to heal my sentinel, but that's okay. We're here now. And what's Padme going to do next? Attack for 2 at the. No, she's going to live. Yularen's at risk here, so Yularen's going to attack the base for 2 and restore 1. Newt Gunray is going to finish off Admiral Yularen. Take 2 in the process. And Padme is going to hit the base, restore 1, and then I have coordinate, so I'm going to look at some cards, and I'm going to whiff. Which is not a big deal, really. I've got so many cards. I forgot to make a battle droid from that Newt Gunray attack, but it's over there. Don't worry about it. And Newt Gunray gets to claim here, and Padme attacks for 3 more up in space. So, board comes back like this. We're at the start of the regroup phase. Padme over here, we don't need this Anakin's Interceptor. Our base is very healthy. And so we're going up to 8. And Newt Gunray has to make a call here, so what's another defensive card that would be in here that's pretty helpful? Yeah, I'm just going to say Kalani again. It's a Trade Federation shuttle. And Super Battle Droid. So I have the option to stay at 7 or go to 8. I think going to 8 is prudent. So let's see, what can we do here? I wish to have my subjugating starfighter crash into this Arc 170. They're going to trade, and I'm going to get a battle droid out of it. Over here, what's happening with Padme? I could just kill both battle droids with this grenade strike and keep my life simple, and I kind of like that. So 1 exhausted battle droid, 2 resources are gone. I've got 6 remaining. For my Pelta Supply Frigate, Arc 170 Heavy, Reckless Torrent, and Coruscant Guard. What's Newt Gunray going to do? He's moderately healthy. I think he's going to crash into Padme. Going to go up to 6 and make a battle droid. He's at 7. And he's got 10 health, so OC's so back. Or no. We don't need to risk OC. Coruscant Guard is going to ambush in here and kill Newt. And then Newt is going to play Daughter of Dathomir. And I'm hanging out with 4 resources here for Padme. Reckless Torrent's going to hit the base for 6. Newt is going to claim. Padme's going to attack base for 2. Do a trigger. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take this hidden sharpshooter, even though it's expensive. OC Sobek is also going to hit the base, going to 23, and then we're going to play heavy, which is probably just the nail in the coffin here, off of 4 resources for a very, very efficient turn. And then pass. Over here, Newt is going to draw Merciless Contest and Death by Droids. Do have 8 resources for all of that, fortunately, but Padme's going to draw, and we're just going to lose this hidden sharpshooter because we don't need to play anything that expensive. And we're at, I believe, 9 resources. Yes, yeah, that's 9 over there. So it's been a muddled board state, but we're closing in on the end here, right? What can Newt Gunray do here? He can send a battle droid into Padme. That seems useful. And then Heavy's going to attack his base for 6. And I am going to fail to produce a Sentinel. I can heal 2, but then there's still a 2/3 power attacker. So yeah, Padme wins that one relatively handily. That OC Sobek was actually like completely backbreaking. I think there's maybe a chance for that game to be a little bit closer otherwise, but yeah, Padme gets to be our coveted 2-2. All right, just a short little recap here at the end. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. There's like 6.5 hours of raw footage that I've done for this, so it's been a long bit of recording, but been super fun. Really enjoyed it. This is our final standings. Quinlan is our 4-0. Mace Windu went 3-1. Padme 2-2. Newt Gunray 1-3. And Maul got a very sad 0-4. Kind of nice that it broke down so easily here. Usually, if you're not doing like Swiss, the records can be a total mess, and you can have like 3-3-2s and a bunch of whatever. Of course, depends on whatever your sample size or your population size is, but a very clean breakdown here of one deck at each possible record, which is very, very satisfying to have emerge from it. So yeah, this was a lot of fun. We got to do some silly stuff, like we got to do fun things with unlimited power with both Mace Windu and Maul. At least got to make a bunch of battle droid tokens with Newt Gunray. It wasn't particularly good, but we got to make a lot of stuff. And Quinlan, I'm not gonna lie, I really enjoyed that Quinlan deck because it was kind of cool to feel an appreciation for the design of the leader, things that go around it, what makes him actually a good tempo leader outside of just Tarkin Town. And that was cool to see, honestly, and probably just healthy for me as a player to just kind of dissociate a little bit. We can still build a Quinlan deck that's not just based around abusing Tarkin Town. There's still other things going on here. There are good elements to him being a tempo leader.
So yeah, that was cool. But yeah, thank you for watching. This was doing a whole sealed with one box of Twilight, and I've got a box of Spark of Rebellion, box of Secrets of Power, which is going to be probably first on the docket because I do want to prepare for some of the limited PQs coming up, and then a sealed or a chaos pool to do as well. So I enjoy doing it in this format. Hopefully, it's somewhat legible as it comes across. I do need to get a better camera because I feel like obviously the lighting is not perfect in here, but and I'm narrating most of it as I'm playing, but yeah, visually it's not the easiest to follow along with, but I don't know, I don't want that entirely to hold myself back from like making the content anyway. So I don't know, weird digression there, but do need to get some upgrades to this recording space. So all in due time. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll see you next time.